Chapter 1198, Presents. Their relationship was strained, preventing them from appreciating valuable gifts. Valuable presents held intricate meanings beyond mere social gestures. Nevertheless, during the new year, he presented them with food, pouring considerable effort into the gesture, though its value wasn't substantial. Xiao Xian graciously accepted the money, bestowing thick red envelopes upon Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing. As an officer, Xiao Yunduan had the privilege of reciprocating the gifts. These two red envelopes encompassed nearly two-thirds of their offerings, signifying a certain distance between them, with no one taking undue advantage. Still, I acknowledge your kindness for the time being. Zhao Shu inquired and deciphered her intention. Though somewhat disheartened, Madame Xiao's acceptance indicated a glimmer of hope. He resolved not to persist any further, lest he become bothersome. At most, they might request Aunt Qing to perform a ceremonial kowtow on the New Year's first day. With the new year approaching, the Crown Prince planned to reward them. Given Xiao Yunduan's substantial contribution and Minister Old Yun's kinship, the Crown Prince held them in high regard, leading to a notably generous reward. Beyond an array of confections, tea leaves, and palace-crafted meat dishes, the bounty included several calligraphy pieces, paintings, and antiques. Xiao Xian was also honored by Princess Consort with 2 lengths of brocade, 2 pieces of fine leather, a pair of purses adorned with jade pendants, golden bracelets, golden hairpins, and cloud brocade handkerchiefs. The gestures were lavish. However, it was evident that the East Palace's financial liquidity was limited. Non-monetary items predominated. Following the East Palace's New Year offerings, colleagues started visiting one after another. Furthermore, Xiao Xian had plans to prepare presents for her family. Returning these gifts wasn't a straightforward task. Offering presents carried great significance and served as tokens of appreciation. Simultaneously, they had to be tailored appropriately to avoid offense and respect taboos. Particularly in this instance, Xiao Xian had invested considerable effort, despite her lack of prior experience. While Xiao Yunduan intended to consult the manager of the Crown Prince's mansion on this matter, Xiao Xian firmly rejected the idea. Allowing such a consultation might project an image of incompetence and inadequacy. This demonstrated her competence and perhaps even caught Princess Consort's attention. If she appeared ineffectual, solely resorting to flattery and jealousy, the Crown Prince might deem her unsuitable for Xiao Yunduan, potentially leading to unfavorable consequences. Suffering those outcomes wouldn't be worthwhile. Her aspiration was to become a distinguished madam. At that juncture, she would wield influence and affluence. She might even persuade Xiao Yunduan to retire from the court, leaving behind a timeless legacy. That way, her life would attain perfection. How rare were such perfected lives in the world. Xiao Xian hadn't foreseen that Madame Lin from Hamlin Academy was also bestowing gifts. Madame Lin had schemed against her in the past, causing a sense of guilt within him. Thus, he attempted to curry favor with her, seemingly fearing potential retaliation. For Xiao Xian, such trivial matters held no place in her current priorities. The events at Hamlin Academy seemed distant, and the actions of those madams no longer impacted her life. Even if someone harbored ill intentions, they wouldn't find an opportunity to execute them. Maintaining her reputation was of no concern. Chapter 1199, New Year's Eve. However, that wasn't true forgiveness. They weren't on the path to becoming friends again, but more like choosing to let it go. Xiao Xian understood the implication behind Madame Lin's words. She listened with a polite smile, though her growing unease became apparent as she fidgeted in her seat. Only then did she offer a few comforting words. Madame Lin visibly relaxed. She seized the moment to extend her hand in friendship once more, but Xiao Xian didn't engage further in the conversation. Eventually, Xiao Xian apologized, leading to Madame Lin feeling so embarrassed that she excused herself and left. Xiao Xian had no tolerance for such pretentious behavior. Except for those who were either clueless or overly self-absorbed, no one would dare to associate with such an individual. Before they knew it, New Year's Eve arrived. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian welcomed the new year in each other's company. Having been married for quite some time, the festive spirit in their household only drew them closer. While others were surrounded by extended families, in that moment, they had only each other. Despite their modest number, the atmosphere was anything but dull. Couplets adorned the door, protective deities stood guard, decorative blossoms graced the windows, and 2 strands of vibrant red lanterns, personally chosen by Xiao Xian, hung beneath the eaves. The 29th day brought a blanket of snow, and a jovial snowman emerged in the yard, its grin radiating cheer. The scene was brimming with life. New Year's dishes had been procured a few days prior, and fresh greens were a rarity during this season. Winter melons, radishes, and cabbages filled the pantry. At the crack of dawn, vendors rolled in with their carts, wooden buckets brimming with fish for sale. Li Qiu joined the neighborhood crowd and managed to acquire a lively carp. Every dish was now prepared for the approaching New Year. The chilly weather prompted them to opt for a steaming hot pot dinner. A lavish spread encompassing nearly 20 varieties of meats and vegetables was laid out before them, encompassing beef, lamb, pork, chicken, fresh river catch, rehydrated dried seafood, and an assortment of bean products. As for the sizable carp Li Qiu had acquired, it was coated with flour and sizzled in the pan until it turned golden, then presented on a platter as a centerpiece. While such a dish was customary for the new year, chopsticks saw little use. Carp, with its intricate bones, was overshadowed by the opulent offerings adorning the dinner table, making its consumption unnecessary. As night descended, the alley reverberated with the crackling of firecrackers. The fragrance of sulfur mingled with smoke wafted through the air, accompanied by faint laughter carried by the breeze. Xiao Xian, Xiao Yunduan, and their companions joined in setting off firecrackers in the yard before retreating to the cozy interior to commence their meal. A perpetually warm bed dominated the room, with a charcoal brazier gently burning on the floor, infusing the space with comforting heat. Today, a few extra lamps illuminated the room, suffusing it with brightness. In concert with the recently adorned drapes, floral decals on the windows, and the ebb and flow of acquaintances, the scene exuded a lively air, akin to a revolving door of personalities, reminiscent of musical chairs. The arrangement of ornamental plants atop the elevated table, including elegant orchids, vibrant rhododendrons, delicate bamboo, and more, fostered a truly uplifting ambience. The couple arranged a table on the bed, while Li Xia, Li Qiu, and Songshe organized another adjacent to it. Both tables boasted identical spreads of dishes, ensuring unity in the feast. The dawn of the new year had arrived. The paramount agenda was relishing a feast and indulging in drinks. Adding an extra touch to the festivities, Xiao Xian had even procured a jar of sweet osmanthus wine. Laughter and animated conversations filled the air, infusing the atmosphere with vibrant energy. A shared glance between Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan encapsulated their joy, expressed through smiles that mirrored their contentment. With the arrival of the new year came a surge of hope, propelling individuals to strive diligently in its pursuit. Chapter 1200, New Year. After the new year, the entire capital transformed into a bustling hub of activity. Countless banquets, gatherings, and social events colored the city's atmosphere, creating a whirlwind of busyness. After a few days of returning to her routine work, she began to regain a sense of normalcy, which brought about a slight improvement in her mood. Xiao Xian found herself attending various gatherings and banquets within a 500-meter radius for the first time during the new year, and everything went smoothly. She encountered no issues whatsoever. One notable factor contributing to this was Xiao Yunduan's elevated status. Under the guidance of Minister Old Yun, Xiao Yunwan had risen from an ordinary scholar to an outstanding one. This transformation rendered him immune to any belittlement or discussions about his background, as doing so would be an affront to Minister Old Yun's discerning taste. Disparaging the esteemed Minister Old Yun would mean declaring oneself an adversary of scholars across the realm. Furthermore, Xiao Yunduan's reputation was bolstered by the high regard of the crown prince, leading many to seek his acquaintance rather than shun him. Xiao Xian, as his spouse, felt fortunate beyond measure. Additionally, Xiao Xian presented gifts to Xiao Yunduan's seniors and colleagues from the crown prince's family. These offerings were met with great appreciation due to their opulence and practicality. A young and promising officer held in high esteem by the crown prince, Xiao Yunduan displayed thoughtfulness and respect towards senior family members. Who wouldn't admire such a junior? Who wouldn't want to assist her? Hence, wherever Xiao Xian ventured, someone would introduce her to others and share tidbits of gossip. After a brief respite, Xiao Xian spent 2 days resting at home. Upon hearing the madams discuss the upcoming Lantern Festival, she couldn't help but feel excitement bubble within her. Mentioning the event to Xiao Yunduan, he responded with a smile. I've heard that the lantern market is a bustling spectacle. I'll accompany you. With a smile, Xiao Xian nodded. Indeed, we must acquire some lanterns as well. All right, let's go ahead and buy the lanterns. On the day of the Lantern Festival, they enjoyed a simple dinner at home before setting out. In the capital, grand festivals like this were a rarity, so Lixia, Liqiu, and Songshi all joined in the festivities. Xiao Yunduan instructed Songshi to stay close to Lixia and Liqiu to prevent them from getting separated. As for himself and Xiao Xian, they didn't need to be accompanied by these bothersome individuals. Immersed in the crowd, the two of them navigated through the lantern-lit streets. Xiao Xian couldn't help but draw parallels to the modern train stations where people bustled about, evoking a sense of nostalgia she hadn't felt since arriving in this new world. Look at the crowd. Xiao Yunduan arched an eyebrow. Did he hear correctly? It almost sounded like his wife was delightfully captivated by the thronging masses. He tightened his grip on Xiao Xian's hand, guiding her closer to his side. Stay close to me. The lanterns illuminated the surroundings with intricate brilliance. Various shapes and designs adorned the lanterns, occasionally capturing the attention of onlookers and eliciting admiration and praise. After traversing a long, wide street, they arrived at an expansive square adorned with massive flower-shaped lanterns, each standing 2 or 3 meters tall. Among these were colossal flower baskets, an 8-sided revolving door, musical chairs, the Moon Palace's change, the auspicious Qilin beast, blooming lotus flowers, carps leaping over dragon gates, the 8 immortals crossing the sea, and more. The luminous display dazzled, reflecting an array of vivid colors that enticed countless individuals to pause, gaze, and offer commentary and awe. All they needed was a camera to take a picture. Chapter 12:01 Unexpected. Xiao Xian couldn't suppress a chuckle as the scene played out in her mind. The level of craftsmanship displayed had taken her by surprise. Truly a remarkable display of skill. Regrettable that she lacked a camera to capture its beauty. They stood near Change's area, captivated by the lanterns, when a soft, melodious voice reached their ears. Officer Xiao, Madam Xiao. Both of them instinctively turned around. The woman before them resembled a living painting, graceful and serene, her smile a gentle curve. It was none other than He Jiqing. Xiao Xian felt a surge of repulsion. How audacious of her to cast such an innocent gaze. The shamelessness knew no bounds. Was her confidence in Xiao Wei so unshakable? Xiao Wei was hardly adept at keeping secrets. Though Xiao Xian had inquired with just a few people, Xiao Wei had unhesitatingly implicated He Jiqing to save herself from the consequences. Recalling Xiao Wei's distorted explanation for He Jiqing's actions, both Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan felt a sense of revulsion. But with no concrete evidence, and He Jiqing's association with the Fourth Prince's mansion, silence was their only recourse. Could it be that He Jiqing remained oblivious to their knowledge? The couple maintained a stony silence, their expressions far from welcoming. Yet, He Jiqing carried herself as if all was well. Her smile grew even warmer as she spoke. What a coincidence! Are you here to admire the lanterns as well? Officer Xiao is truly attentive to Madame Xiao. I can't help but envy you. Xiao Xian offered a wry half-smile. Is that so, Madam He? Envious, are you? He Jiqing faltered for a moment, her smile becoming strained. Jealousy was not a sentiment she was entitled to. After all, she was just a concubine. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were officially married. If she dared to voice her envy, it would imply a desire to supplant the current wife and ascend as the fourth prince's true spouse. However, the incumbent wife would never pardon such audacity. Xiao Xian's smile took on a mischievous edge as she fanned the flames. It appears, madam, he acknowledges it. After all, every woman wishes for her husband's affection. Aye, darling, shall we move on? Before He Jiqing could utter another word, Xiao Yunduan departed alongside Xiao Xian. With a smiling nod, Xiao Xian and her companion melted into the bustling crowd, leaving He Jiqing behind. He Jiqing held the title of the fourth prince's concubine, while they were under the patronage of the crown prince. If they were spotted exchanging pleasantries with He Jiqing, it could invite unwelcome speculation. Clenching her teeth, He Jiqing's glare followed the path the couple took. The low light cast sharp shadows across her visage, intensifying her fierce expression. You're oblivious to your own best interests. Reserving a private chamber at the nearby Yipping Tea House, He Jiqing had intended to extend an invitation for them to join her. However, they slipped away without a word. Their manners are utterly lacking. In frustration, He Jiqing vented her ire and proceeded towards the Yipping Tea House, accompanied by her maid. A sense of perplexity settled in. Despite hailing from the same hometown, forging a connection seemed elusive. What would the fourth prince make of this? How could she prove her intelligence and utility to him? He Jiqing teetered on the edge of despair. The reality of the capital had caught her off guard. Hailing from a prestigious lineage, she held her talents and beauty in high regard. Girls of her own age, including her cousins from the Xie family, held no sway in her estimation. In her eyes, they were all mere simpletons. Chapter 12:02. You come out and die _2. This scene caused the surrounding fox demons' expressions to drastically change, and they looked at Lin Yi with eyes filled with rage. The woman saw her true form being revealed too, hastily materializing a mirror. After looking into it, she was greatly shocked. Why is my face turned like this? Eastern Taoist friend, what is your intention? The fox elder also lost his flirtatious demeanor. He spoke with a cold expression. Although a few golden core fox demons were sent flying earlier, he didn't mind. But now, it was happening right before his eyes, completely disregarding him. Insulting the Sun-Moon Divine sect. I'm simply giving a small punishment today as a lesson, to prevent the trouble of a clan-exterminating disaster in the future. Lin Yi said without any expression. On the gorgeous face of the fox elder appeared a sharp fox face. You've harmed many Fox Mound disciples one after another. Since it's your first offense, they'll turn a blind eye. Leave now. From today onwards, you're not allowed to enter Fox Mound without permission. Lin Yi gave a faint smile. He originally wanted to capture Yu peacefully, but judging from what has happened since he entered Fox Mound, it seemed like that wasn't going to happen. It was evident that the Fox clan was a local tyrant. Through the observation of the Eye of Emptiness, nearly every fox had a black aura of evil. Every one of them likely carried souls of innocent people. If it was his original body, he would definitely choose to leave first, then think of other methods. But now his identity was invincible east. Naturally, he couldn't just withdraw. Hand over Yu, the remnant of Xianin's sect, and I will leave. Lin, he said slowly. We from Fox Mound have never seen the man in black robes you mentioned. Leave now. The fox elder sternly said, and these words echoed constantly throughout Fox Mound. Lin, he had already found Yu's location through the Eye of Emptiness. He was hiding under a tomb not far away. This tomb was different from the others. It was very huge and seemed to have a sealing aura. His nascent soul divine consciousness couldn't penetrate it. Since he had already found Yu's location through the Eye of Emptiness, it was much easier now. Yu, your sins are grave. Don't tell me you don't regret them even a little. Come out immediately and go back with me to face your death." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the fox elder suddenly burst into laughter. "There's no one by that name in Foxmound. Why are you wasting your breath?" Counting on his words to make Inu come out was simply wishful thinking. The Sun Moon Divine Sect's Eastern Sect Master was rumored to be domineering and unparalleled. Upon meeting him today, why is he so naive? However, right after Lin Yi finished speaking, from a gigantic tomb not far away emerged a figure. It was Inu, who said very clearly, "Eastern Sect Master, I am willing to go back with you to face death." Seeing this, all the fox demons were dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain from Shinin sect? Someone has clearly told him that he was ushering him to death, and he still voluntarily came out. Very well. Lin Yi nodded. His body flashed as he moved to Inu's side. Just as he was about to leave, the Fox Clan old ancestor blocked his path. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi plainly said, "This man has regained his conscience and realized his mistakes. He is willing to follow me back to face death. Are you trying to stop him?" "Inu, are you sure you want to go back with the Eastern Sect Master to face death? Your body and soul would be eliminated, ceasing to exist." The Fox Clan old ancestor questioned Inu with skepticism. "Fox Clan elder, I'm sure to go back with Eastern Sect Master to face death. I don't want to hide anymore." Inu stated without hesitation. "As you all have heard, step back now. Otherwise, you will be enemies of my Sun Moon Divine Sect." Lin Yi released a tremendously powerful aura that instilled fear in the surrounding fox demons, causing them to hide back into the graves. Although the Fox Clan old ancestor was perplexed, he didn't dare to directly confront this Eastern Sect Master and stepped aside to clear the path. As Lin Yi led Inu past the Fox Clan old ancestor, he suddenly stopped and turned back to say, "Fox demons, you feed on human spirits. I don't want to interfere in your affairs. However, bear in mind, do not mess with the people of my Sun Moon Divine Sect. Otherwise, you shall be annihilated." As he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and rapidly departed. A forbidding expression flickered across the Fox Clan old ancestor's face. This Eastern Sect Master proved more cunning than had anticipated. With only a single sentence, Inu actually emerged proactively, and there was not the slightest hint that he could have been bewitched. After Lin Yi left Foxmound, he ceased the effect of his Good Samaritan title. Inu sobered up instantly. Seeing Lin Yi, his face turned pale. "What have you done? Why did I come out, Elder Fox Ancestor?" Lin Yi did not respond, but instead laid numerous restrictions on Inu and stored him inside a storage ring, which had the conducive conditions for survival. This was a resource he had gathered from two different sects. After all, it was bothersome to carry Inu with him while he was still searching for Zhiling's parents. Killing this person outright now would be letting him off too lightly. He intended to torture him slowly after returning to the Sun Moon Divine Sect. When he brought Inu out just now, he was using the effect of the Good Samaritan title. When facing a golden core real person, his words would have 100% belief rate. No matter what he said, even if he ordered Inu to commit suicide, Inu wouldn't hesitate to do so. Of course, such actions would consume a lot of good person value, but getting Inu to come out voluntarily would consume much less. Despite the Invincible East's formidable presence, he preferred not to act unless necessary. Moreover, he could sense that deep within Foxmound, there was a tomb even larger than the one Inu had been hiding in, and a terrifying aura was exuding from it. Even though his Predict Crisis title asserted that there would be no fatal danger ahead of entering the monster forest, he still needed to proceed with caution. For the Fox clan to have established a clan within the monster forest, it was certain that they had something to rely on. Furthermore, that Python seemed to be quite pleased to see him entering into conflict with the Fox clan, and he could not fall into their scheme. Before setting out, Lin Yi used his little luck state to check on the direction of Zhiling's parents and noticed there had been some changes compared to before. And, judging by the virtue points expended, it seemed that their distance had increased significantly. He couldn't help but ponder. With the situation as it stood, The direction to Zhi Ling's parents was constantly changing, and the distance was getting farther and farther. There were two possibilities. Either they were chasing their enemy or being pursued by an enemy. Given the capabilities of the lightning mink, neither of these possibilities should last for too long. Perhaps they had encountered more complex issues. Zhi Ling, we need to speed up. Lin Yi patted Zhi Ling's head and said with a smile. Zhi Ling obediently nodded and made a chirping sound. Master, don't be too anxious. Be mindful of your safety. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle, patting its head again. I didn't expect you to understand the importance of safety too. Don't worry, there aren't many things in this monster forest that can threaten my life. He hadn't yet used the full strength of his nascent soul, not to mention the effects of his titles. Combined, they could make his strength even more formidable. Besides, if he really encountered a more terrifying entity, he could use his big fortune state, where the instant teleport title and teleport elsewhere. Next, he rapidly traversed the monster forest. When entering the territories of some nascent soul monster ancestor, he would send a message in advance, and they would typically show some respect, letting him pass smoothly. Those at higher realms cherished their lives more. Having practiced cultivation for so long, no one wanted to perish due to a momentary dispute. Some hot-tempered individuals would directly block his path, including one nascent soul monkey that was not much different from a golden ape. Lin Yi showed no mercy, using his overwhelming power to make it surrender without a fight. In this way, he traveled through the core area of the monster forest for around a month. He was almost out of this core region, but the direction of Zhi Ling's parents was still changing. However, the distance had somewhat narrowed down. Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder what exactly had happened that made Zhi Ling's parents run around the monster forest for so long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1203, Past to the Zhao Family. Zhao Mu and his wife, Ms. Zheng, forged a robust marriage alliance that bore the marks of strength and prosperity. The Zhao family embarked on their entrepreneurial journey in the realm of silk production and printing. Ms. Zheng, Zhao Mu's first wife, possessed an impressive expanse of mulberry fields spanning over 100,000 mu. Ms. Zheng held a special place in the hearts of her parents as their only beloved daughter. The Zheng family harbored aspirations of securing a worthy husband for their cherished daughter. With assets including the vast 100,000 mu of mulberry fields, a sprawling farm extending across more than 10,000 mu of fertile land, and a grand residence occupying nearly 10 mu, they possessed substantial wealth that undoubtedly qualified them to attract a fine prospective son-in-law. Such endeavors were pursued to ensure their daughter's prosperous future. As fate would have it, Ms. Zheng unexpectedly crossed paths with Zhao Mu on two separate occasions. Their chance encounters fostered a favorable impression between the two individuals. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Mu dispatched a representative to formally request Ms. Zheng's hand in marriage. Her consent was readily given, leading to the formalization of their marital bond. Ms. Zheng, being the sole heiress of her lineage, and Zhao Mu, now joined in matrimony, initiated the process of merging their family's assets, creating an intrinsic connection. Moreover, an advantageous synergy emerged due to Ms. Zheng's family's significant holdings in mulberry fields and silkworms, complementing Zhao Mu's involvement in the silk trade. The products of the Zheng family's silk endeavors naturally found their way into Zhao Mu's commercial dealings. Several years later, Ms. Zheng welcomed a son named Zhao Shu, who eventually showed no inclination towards overseeing the family business. Consequently, Zhao Mu assumed primary responsibility for managing the enterprise. Over time, the unfortunate passing of Ms. Zheng's parents resulted in the gradual integration of the Zheng family's possessions under the stewardship of the Zhao family. Undeterred by external chatter, Ms. Zheng remained unfazed in the face of some superficial remarks from other women during social gatherings. She took such remarks in stride, choosing not to be affected. After all, what need was there to be concerned? Her efforts were directed towards safeguarding her legacy for her son's benefit. The amalgamation of the two families' resources was, essentially, a preservation of wealth for her son's future. When her son reached the age of 7, a pivotal moment arrived. Zhao Mu returned with an unexpected entourage, a woman named Qin Shi and 2 young boys, both his offspring. Zhao Mu's revelation left Ms. Zheng utterly stunned. He explained that Qin Shi was his former flame, and the 2 boys were indeed his biological children. The time had come for them to reintegrate into the Zhao family fold. This shocking revelation left Ms. Zheng speechless, her mind reeling. The 2 boys, aged 10 and 7, were older than her own son, an unexpected turn of events that transformed her son from the singular heir of the Zhao family into the young master, now sharing his position with his newfound half-brothers. Qin Shi's demeanor appeared fragile and timid, yet intriguingly complex. Almost immediately after Zhao Mu's words settled, Qin Shi knelt before Ms. Zheng, accompanied by her 2 sons, engaging in a sincere kowtow, pleading for forgiveness and imploring Ms. Zheng to take them under her care. "This is entirely my responsibility. Please do not hold Old Master accountable. He's grappling with his own set of challenges. Old Master has always held you in the highest regard, and should you place blame upon him, his heart would be burdened with sorrow. If my presence disrupts your harmony with Old Master, I would rather live apart in tranquility. I beseech you, madam, to extend your compassion." Ms. Zheng clenched her handkerchief tightly, overwhelmed by disgust that nearly caused her to regurgitate last night's dinner. The situation before her was utterly repulsive. Never could she have anticipated being confronted by such an appalling predicament. The sheer horror of it all seized her. In this moment, a recollection flashed before her. Her mother's gaze in her final moments, marked by compassion and concern. Back then, she failed to comprehend the meaning behind those eyes, assuming her mother merely struggled to part with her. Yet her mother had mustered a faint smile, disguising her worries and reassuring her that everything would be all right, urging her to remain untroubled. She finally understood what her mother's worries were. During Qin Shi's tearful and kneeling plea, Ms. Zheng maintained her silence. The sight of Qin Shi, along with her 2 distressed children, stirred no words from her. Meanwhile, her husband's countenance displayed clear signs of displeasure. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 12:04 Thunder. Honestly, what had she done? He shot her a displeased look, his hand subconsciously reaching out towards Qin Shi, but then retracting. Did she think he hadn't noticed that? Well, that was certainly true. If Qin Shi lacked capability, she wouldn't have borne a son for a concubine before he married his own son, who was just 6 months older than her child. Qin Shi remained remarkably composed. She didn't rush home when her 2 sons were in her care. Instead, she raised both boys until they reached the ages of 12 and 7. By now, the boys had matured significantly, and the chances of manipulation were markedly diminished. The worry of this primary wife forcibly influencing her son wasn't something she needed to entertain, especially the eldest son of the concubine, who at 12 was poised to marry within a few years. Rare were the women in the world more patient and calculating than she was. Mrs. Zheng believed that even if her parents were still alive, Mrs. Qin and her son would have returned to the Zhao family, right? Yet, her parents were gone, a fact that brought her more joy and less resistance. Mrs. Zheng acknowledged that she stood right before her, understanding that whatever she said would likely fall on deaf ears. With 2 sons skilled in putting on a facade and a husband who was visibly biased towards her, what was the point of refuting it? Suppressing the anger bubbling within her, Mrs. Zheng instructed someone to assist Qin in rising and then guided her to a wing room. She couldn't quite suppress her frustration about why Zhao Mu had only chosen to reveal this after so many years. Did she come off as a bad person or something? Certainly, she wasn't content. No woman would react favorably to such news. By not causing a scene right then and there, she was already demonstrating a degree of respect toward Zhao Mu. Indeed, Zhao Mu's countenance displayed a mix of embarrassment and guilt. He mumbled, at a loss for how to articulate the situation. He settled on explaining that fate hadn't aligned for the two children to return to the estate earlier, resulting in their residence at the Taoist temple for several years. Unspoken were the circumstances concerning Ms. Zheng's character. He couldn't utter that truth, not when she had borne him two concubine-born children. Ms. Zheng remained skeptical of his explanation, yet strangely, this was welcome news. Being labeled malicious person would undoubtedly cast a shadow over her son. Ms. Qin proved to be an intricate individual, necessitating careful strategizing. This woman had an uncanny ability to shed tears. Should she harness this skill to its fullest extent, she would invariably be perceived as a spiteful and malevolent presence. Zhao Mu's account served to confirm Ms. Zheng's suspicions. Amidst a cohesive and rational narrative, Ms. Qin's offspring had been born under delicate circumstances, prompting their temporary upbringing within the temple's sanctuary prior to their reintegration into the estate. To forego this approach would have imperiled not only the children, but also the estate itself. With the master now certain of their well-being, their return was sanctioned. In truth, the aging servant and Ms. Zheng herself were privy to this information, but divulgence was prescribed. Ms. Qin might not have held a concubine's title, but she held the genuine status of one. In commemoration of the mother and son's reunion, Ms. Zheng even proposed a grand festivity. Haunted by guilt and swayed by her dignified and joyous demeanor, Zhao Mu acceded. Swift and resolute, Ms. Zheng granted him no chance to waver. The very next day, news of the forthcoming celebration rippled through the estate. Yangzhou buzzed with vitality. Among those who were privy to the situation, praise for Ms. Zheng's virtue was abundant. Deep within, Ms. Qin seethed with irritation, yet her hands were tied. Ms. Zheng's maneuver had effectively eradicated any room for her to cast aspersions on Ms. Zheng's moral standing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1205, Strong Mother, Not Virtuous? Would she have permitted Ms. Qin to bear two sons from a concubine's position? Would she have gone so far as to arrange a celebratory banquet upon the return of these two sons to the Zhao family, if her character lacked virtuousness? At the time when Ms. Qin conceived the elder son from the concubine, Ms. Zheng had been wed to the patriarch of the Zhao family for a mere year. Could it be denied that her moral compass was askew? The culpability lay with Ms. Qin, and the blame extended to old Master Zhao. How could he impregnate a concubine right on the heels of formalizing his union with a lawful wife? Ms. Zheng's tactics had thwarted Ms. Qin's scheme. Yet, unsatisfied, Ms. Zheng confronted Zhao Mu, suggesting that the tittle-tattle might besmirch the children's reputation if they were denied re-entry to the estate due to their less prestigious birth dates. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mu set out to scrutinize Ms. Zheng. Internally, Ms. Zheng wore a sneer, while outwardly she remarked, "Dear master, your concerns are needless. The past is the past. After all, isn't it? Have you not often proclaimed that the past is behind us, and our present is auspicious? It is akin to a providential boon after surviving a catastrophe, a truly fortunate fate. How simple-minded one would have to be not to grasp this." Zhao Mu fell into pensive silence. Evidently, Ms. Zheng perceived that Zhao Mu harbored no partiality toward her. Ms. Qin excelled in the art of tears. Fragile and delicate in demeanor, her visage held an innate softness. She attended meticulously to her appearance and lacked neither gold nor silver fineries. Despite birthing two offspring, she retained an appearance redolent of her 20s, an age of allure and enchantment that endeared her to men. Certain individuals are naturally favored by fortune. Ms. Zheng could never aspire to such favor. As the legitimate wife, she had no intention of striving for it either. Amidst her husband's partiality and the absence of her parents, Ms. Zheng resolved to forge a path for herself and her son. Unconcerned with Ms. Qin's greetings, Ms. Zheng instead arranged for someone to assist Ms. Qin in acquiring a residence only slightly smaller than her own. From the storeroom, Ms. Qin was welcome to select whatever provisions she desired. Ms. Qin received a monthly stipend of 80 liang, while Ms. Zheng herself enjoyed 100 liang. It was within Ms. Qin's purview to choose maids and servants from her own yard. In essence, Ms. Zheng deliberately refrained from interfering in Ms. Qin's affairs. Such an approach precluded any grounds for complaint from Ms. Qin. Financially unburdened, Ms. Zheng harbored no qualms about Ms. Qin exploiting her generosity. Her foremost concern lay with her son's welfare. A comprehensive, long-term strategy was imperative for her son's future. Fortunately, the land deeds encompassing the expansive 100,000 mu of mulberry fields remained within her possession, meticulously concealed. This substantial asset was earmarked for her son, and any involvement of Zhao Mu was categorically dismissed. Over the preceding 2 years, Ms. Zheng systematically relocated the majority of her dowry from the Zhao mansion. Leveraging her role as the matriarch, she capitalized on the opportunity to extract significant funds from the intermediary account, augmenting her gains by selling items retrieved from the storeroom. This duo of endeavors alone amassed a valuation surpassing 200,000 liang. Enlisting a trusted confidant, she orchestrated the purchase of an imposing residence valued at 80,000 liang, along with a sprawling 3,000 mu of prime fields in the Hu state. Subsequently, she assigned 2 loyal stewards to oversee operations there. Subsequently, she acquired an expansive residence exceeding the value of 80,000 liang. Furthermore, she procured 2 sizable restaurants and a pair of substantial satin emporiums nestled in Hangzhou. Entrusting her reliable kin, she delegated the management of these establishments. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1206, Trouble. Regarding the valuable dowries, they had been concealed within these 2 houses, respectively. With all matters settled, a deep sigh of relief escaped her lips. Her immediate focus was now directed towards raising her son in a tranquil environment. Being the lawful wife, and her son the rightful heir, it was acknowledged that Zhao Mu held a certain bias. Nonetheless, he was poised to allocate a significant portion of the family enterprise to her son. Furthermore, a steady income from the intermediaries would continue to flow her way annually, with no detriment to her son's interests. Given this scenario, the rationale for engaging in rivalry with Ms. Qin seemed moot. However, what she hadn't anticipated was that her disregard for Ms. Qin emboldened her to act as she pleased, as long as the boundary of non-offense was not crossed. Unfortunately, Ms. Qin's intentions didn't end there. She seemed insistent on causing distress. It's plausible that certain individuals are inherently inclined this way. If their origins are marred, the pursuit of tranquility and equilibrium remains elusive. Instead, they become predisposed to instigate disorder and chaos. During the preceding year, Zhao Mu, who had hitherto paid no attention to the Zheng family's sprawling 100,000 mu mulberry fields, unexpectedly demanded the contract from her. The pretext was that it would simplify the management process. Without needing to be explicitly informed, Ms. Zheng was acutely aware that Ms. Qin had undoubtedly played a role in this development. The timing appeared remarkably coincidental. There was a lack of prior incidents before Ms. Qin's arrival, and yet within less than 6 months of her presence in the mansion, Zhao Mu was requesting the contract for the expansive mulberry fields. Ms. Zheng had no intention of acquiescing. Regardless of Zhao Mu's attempts, she remained steadfast in withholding it. Her stance was that the contract remained equally effective in her hands, and managing it posed no inconvenience. If an exigent circumstance were to arise, she was prepared to tackle it herself. Being the rightful wife carried with it certain prerogatives. If Ms. Zheng chose not to comply with Zhao Mu's request, there was little he could do to contest it. However, following that incident, Zhao Mu's affection towards her waned. He became increasingly cautious and guarded around her. Sensing his shift in attitude, Ms. Zheng experienced a mix of annoyance and disdain. Guarding against her? How amusing! They were bound by the ties of matrimony, a connection forged through the ages. They had shared moments of honor and hardship. Wasn't her son their mutual flesh and blood? Hadn't she entrusted her belongings to benefit her son? Wasn't that the very essence of the Zhao family lineage? The fact that he had grown wary of Ms. Qin was simply laughable. Perhaps Zhao Mu was attempting to compel her into a reconciliation and surrendering the contract. However, Ms. Zheng clenched her jaw and held her ground. As a rightful wife, she deserved proper treatment. Anything less, and even the backing clan would not absolve Zhao Mu of his transgressions. Moreover, if the Zhao family disregarded tradition, Zhao Mu would become a subject of mockery beyond their household. She wasn't the type to endure bullying in silence. She had already restrained herself once for the sake of her son. Soon, Zhao Mu intended to replace the managers overseeing the mulberry fields. Timely advice from Uncle Qing enabled her to intervene and spare the managers from replacement. She declared her intention to oversee all affairs pertaining to the mulberry fields personally. As a consequence, Zhao Mu grappled with the sensation that his role as the family's patriarch had been undermined. This perception stirred such irritation that he found himself engaged in heated disputes with her. Ms. Qin, who had previously remained aloof, suddenly appeared at their doorstep, tears streaming down her face, attempting to broker peace between herself, Old Master, and Ms. Zheng. The display left her feeling utterly repulsed. However, Ms. Zheng was far from naive. Some women exhibited a limited perspective, being consumed by their own concerns and self-pity. Yet, there were others, fortified by maternal strength, who wielded their cunning for the sake of their son's well-being. Ms. Zheng undoubtedly fell into the latter category. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1207. An Eye for an Eye. She remained resolute about her stance on the mulberry fields, yet she conceded defeat to Zhao Mu. As a gesture towards him, she even procured 2 younger and more alluring concubines. Out of concern for her husband's well-being and the family's reputation, the 2 concubines she presented to him hailed from respectable families. They possessed not only beauty but also impeccable manners and gentleness, making them the epitome of ideal companions. Further contemplation on this matter seemed unnecessary. Her new focus shifted towards enhancing the allure of these young women to captivate her husband's attention. Zhao Mu, feeling his dignity restored, exuded happiness. He diligently visited the quarters of the 2 recent concubines without any objection, symbolizing his compliance. Ms. Qin grew anxious and resorted to confrontation with the newly introduced concubines. Observing with a derisive grin, Ms. Zheng orchestrated assistance for the concubines, enabling them to engage in a more formidable struggle against Ms. Qin. This behavior highlighted the disposition of those inclined towards turmoil, seemingly content with turmoil rather than embracing a harmonious existence. Had Ms. Qin refrained from such actions and refrained from whispering malicious words behind Ms. Zheng's back, the latter might not have resorted to these tactics. As a result of this stratagem, Ms. Zheng's life unfolded tranquilly over the following 2 years. During this interim period, she clandestinely acquired properties in Huzhou and Hangzhou for her son, liquidating her own substantial dowries. As anticipated, Ms. Qin exhibited restlessness. Eager to secure a daughter-in-law for her eldest son, who had recently turned 14, she urgently sought a resolution. The means by which she persuaded Zhao Mu remained a mystery, but he eventually approached Ms. Zheng for discussion. Her conscience somewhat unsettled, she entered the conversation. Zhao Mu's past actions had led to her disappointment, Yet her displeasure had now waned. Ultimately, she assented. Why not? Wouldn't that infuse the entire situation with more vibrancy? She harbored no concern over the possibility of Ms. Qin aiming to compete by seeking a daughter-in-law. The behavior and characteristics of Zhao Di and Zhao Yi had been abundantly clear to her over the past couple of years. Hence, her sense of worry remained non-existent. What a pair of imbeciles they were. Admittedly, it was Ms. Qin who once guided her before her enlightenment. However, Ms. Qin lacked the capacity for magnanimity and open-mindedness, alongside any notable virtues. While she harbored no inclination to meddle in Zhao Zhai's marital affairs, she chose to keep her intentions concealed. Given Ms. Qin's narrow-minded disposition, it was all too predictable that she would attempt to obstruct the process of arranging her son's marriage to prevent a potentially unfavorable union. As anticipated, it took only a matter of days for Zhao Mu to broach this topic with Ms. Zheng. Traditionally, the maternal figure held authority over the matrimonial matters concerning concubines' sons and daughters. Although Zhao Mu himself questioned the propriety of his involvement, Ms. Qin's assertion was valid. Zhao Di, as his eldest son, held a distinct status among his progeny. Consequently, the selection of his prospective spouse warranted careful consideration. In Ms. Zheng's heart, only her third son occupied prominence, rendering her indifferent to Zhao Zhai's marital situation. Considering Ms. Qin's role as the mother, it was her responsibility to undertake this endeavor. Internally harboring a sense of disdain, Ms. Zheng expertly simulated deep contemplation, abstaining from immediate response. After an extended pause, she exerted effort to articulate, "Were it not for your decision, it is conceivable that outsiders might have propagated certain speculations." Zhao Mu interjected, affirming, "Indeed, no one shall cast aspersions upon the integrity of the Zhao family's marital affairs." Internally, Ms. Zheng responded with a derisive smirk before releasing a resigned sigh. That approach is feasible as well. Alternatively, I could feign illness, prompting Ms. Qin to step in for some plausible reason. Zhao Mu's elation was palpable. Very well, that's an excellent idea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:08 Smart. Ms. Zheng's claim of being sick was not without reason. Her need to purchase various supplements, such as ginseng, cubulose, floral glue, and donkey hide gelatin, justified her actions. She could list as many items as she pleased. Having accrued over 35,000 liang from the joint account for Zhao Zhai's wedding, Ms. Zheng, while counting the money, displayed immense satisfaction. She was willing to allocate even more funds without hesitation. Feigning illness, Ms. Zheng skillfully guided her son. This accomplishment filled Ms. Qin with overwhelming pride, nearly lifting her spirits to flight. Despite her status as a concubine, Ms. Qin enjoyed a personal meeting with her daughter-in-law and vigorously defended her son's union. This feat was truly an honorable achievement. However, this path presented a challenge. High-ranking families with their esteemed matriarchs would hesitate to discuss matrimonial matters with a concubine. The mere idea provoked ridicule. Even the offspring of a concubine held little standing. Lineal daughters were entirely out of the question, let alone the concubine's eldest son. Only circumstances, such as having no lineal son or being born from a concubine, allowed exceptions. Ms. Qin's aspiration to unite her lineage with the Zhao family's lineal daughter encountered a succession of obstacles, fueling a mix of anger, resentment, and envy. She couldn't help but envision a scenario where she held the position of a lineal wife, immune to any belittlement. The reality forced Ms. Qin to confront her humility. As equals in status, the Zhao family's lineal daughter was limited in her choices, necessitating a marriage to a woman of lower rank. Inevitably, the union would take place with the lineal daughter. Eventually, a suitable family was discovered, boasting hundreds of mu of fertile fields and a few well-sized stores. This discovery prompted hearty laughter from Ms. Zheng. Wouldn't it be fitting for a daughter from such a family to be bestowed upon the sons of the Zhao family stewards? Ms. Qin, it appeared, harbored no particular preferences. Zhao Mu remained unaware of these developments until the engagement had been solidified. The revelation of the in-law's status nearly rendered him speechless, leading to a stern rebuke directed at Ms. Qin. This instance of Ms. Qin's actions managed to greatly irk Zhao Mu. He had yet to encounter a woman so utterly lacking in awareness and intelligence. Despite his past indulgences in unreasonable behavior, this particular situation required a more subtle approach. In light of the circumstances, Zhao Mu covertly distanced himself from Ms. Qin's quarters for nearly 2 weeks, effectively ignoring her. This abrupt withdrawal provoked a flurry of anxiety within Ms. Qin. With an acute understanding that her sole support rested upon Zhao Mu's shoulders, Ms. Qin recognized her precarious position. Unlike Ms. Zheng, who possessed significant assets, Ms. Qin's fate was tightly bound to Zhao Mu's inclination. A disinterest on his part would inevitably seal her doom. In a desperate bid to amend the situation, Ms. Qin employed various strategies to reconcile and apologize. She exhaustively explored every avenue to rectify her standing. Observing this spectacle, Ms. Zheng couldn't help but be scornful. It appeared that Zhao Mu's treatment of Ms. Qin was far from exemplary. To fall for such a man, Ms. Zheng surmised, was a grave misjudgment on Ms. Qin's part. It wasn't until Ms. Qin had endured a solitary fortnight, fully absorbing her lesson, that Zhao Mu granted his forgiveness. He reached a clear conclusion. Ms. Zheng alone held the mantle of a competent wife, the sole bearer of initiative and competence in the household. Ms. Qin was ill-suited for such responsibilities. As a concubine, her primary role was to provide attentive service. Her duty extended to offering complimentary words to please her, but the burden of substantial tasks should not be placed upon her shoulders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1209. Intermediate. Zhao Mu had entrusted the task of managing Zhao Zhai's wedding to Ms. Zheng. Although Ms. Qin was initially reluctant, she desired to orchestrate her son's marriage herself. The mere thought of directing the servants filled her with delight. She also aimed to oversee the financial aspects and ensure the wedding's success. However, she had just managed to pacify Zhao Mu and didn't dare to oppose his decision directly. Ms. Zheng pondered for a moment and voiced a firm stance. Ms. Qin was to stay uninvolved. If Ms. Qin preferred not to be engaged, Ms. Zheng would take the reins. Alternatively, Ms. Qin could simply relinquish control. Zhao Mu promptly assented, even expressing a touch of contempt. Ms. Qin lacks understanding. It's best to disregard her. Upon hearing this, Ms. Zheng's disdain for him deepened. Ms. Zheng eagerly embraced the responsibility of hosting the wedding. Even if she abstained, the situation would remain unchanged. Her intentions were threefold: to provoke Ms. Qin's ire, showcase her own virtue, and exploit opportunities for financial gain and advancement. Such a prospect thrilled her as it held numerous advantageous openings. Post-wedding, Ms. Zheng pocketed 50,000 liang from her intermediary role, eliciting immense joy. Concerned about Ms. Zheng's well-being, Ms. Qin endeavored to visit the main yard, only to be repelled by Ms. Zheng. Dissatisfied? Seek a resolution with Zhao Mu. Yet, Ms. Qin hesitated, her frustration mounting. Not long after, Ms. Qin's new daughter-in-law, Ms. Ruan, arrived at the residence. Ms. Zheng struggled to fathom Ms. Qin's motives, perplexed by her choice of daughter-in-law. Later, word circulated that Ms. Qin had acquired this match from an undisclosed source, the consensus being that the girl possessed both beauty and blessings. Ms. Zheng found herself at a loss for words. Zhao Di held a mixed sentiment toward his wife, not necessarily harboring aversion, yet not embracing affection either. His actions were likely driven by diligent effort, perhaps at the urging of his concubine. Within merely 3 months of Ms. Ruan's marriage, the joyful news spread. Pregnancy seemed imminent within a month of the wedding. This revelation left Ms. Zheng stunned. Ms. Qin's judgment had proven astute. The prospect of childbirth seemed promising. This development bolstered Ms. Qin's pride, as if she had significantly contributed to the Zhao family's legacy. She yearned to perpetuate tales of how she had coaxed Zhao Mu into safeguarding and nurturing both Ms. Yuan and her unborn child, the eagerly awaited eldest grandson. During this period, Ms. Qin radiated with pride and arrogance, and, truthfully, she had a basis for it. Having borne the old master's first and second sons, and with her own son and daughter-in-law delivering the old master's grandchild, the Zhao family's future seemed inevitably intertwined with theirs. The heir was in his infancy. Ms. Qin harbored a belief that Ms. Zheng might succumb to jealousy and resort to underhanded means to induce a miscarriage in Ms. Yuan. Ms. Qin acquired 2 additional maids, instructing them to remain by Ms. Yuan's side, ensuring her safety. All of Ms. Yuan's meals were prepared in the smaller kitchen, exclusively using ingredients sourced from within the estate. There was no necessity to acquire anything from external sources. Ms. Qin's actions served as an affront to the household managers and purchasers, leaving them inwardly disgruntled. In response, Ms. Zheng offered a scornful sneer and chose to take no action. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:10 Trouble. She had no interest in engaging in disputes with a group of individuals she considered unintelligent. After enduring a challenging 10 months of pregnancy, Ms. Yuan faced difficulties, yet she managed to successfully give birth to her child. Ms. Qin and Zhao were thoroughly entertained by the new addition, a boy. Zhao Mu was equally elated. After all, he had become a grandfather. However, tragedy struck before the child could even reach 1 month of age. He passed away within the first 7 days. The event unfolded in the midst of the night, with Ms. Qin's shrieks rousing Ms. Zheng from her distant position in the yard. Upon hearing this, Ms. Zheng exchanged a knowing glance with Auntie Yin. Neither of them exhibited surprise. In a hushed tone, Auntie Yin muttered, "What a tragic fate." Indeed, it was a tragedy. Ms. Yuan had only recently turned 15 at the time of her pregnancy, while Zhao Di was merely 14. Their youth and immaturity made it an exceptional occurrence that Ms. Yuan even managed to carry the pregnancy to term and deliver a child. Expecting the child to be healthy seemed unrealistic. The child had never even left the confines of the room he was born in. Fearing Ms. Zheng's potential jealousy and harm towards the child, Ms. Qin justified her decision to keep the child secluded, asserting that he was too fragile for the outside world. In an attempt to bridge the gap, Ms. Zheng sent Auntie Yin to visit, though she was denied entry. No members of the immediate family ventured into the room. Ms. Qin struggled to lay blame on Ms. Zheng for the child's demise, with no plausible excuse at hand. Adding to the intrigue, the doctor claimed the child's weakness was the primary reason for his premature death, refuting any notion of foul play. Despite this explanation, Ms. Qin maintained her stance that foul play was involved and pushed for a thorough investigation. Zhao Mu's outburst silenced her protests. Unforeseen by Ms. Qin, Ms. Yuan found herself pregnant again within a mere 4 months. This time, Ms. Qin exercised even greater caution, keeping Ms. Yuan within the yard's boundaries and under close supervision. She grieved deeply for her late grandson, who had been the eldest among the Zhao family's grandchildren, symbolizing a significant portion of their wealth. Yet in an instant it was all gone. Unexpectedly, Ms. Yuan's second child was also stillborn, a son once again. Witnessing this, Ms. Qin broke into tears anew, and Ms. Yuan's crying showed no signs of abating either. The relationship between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law was undeniably strained, marked by hardship. Ms. Zheng, for sure, took a certain satisfaction in this situation. However, a pang of sympathy for Ms. Yuan also welled up within her. Ms. Qin had squandered the opportunity to nurture such a promising young woman. It seemed just yesterday that Ms. Ruan was merely a 10-year-old, nestled in her mother's arms, full of innocent pleas. But due to the successive loss of 2 children, her countenance had transformed, pale, haggard, and perpetually furrowed, as though all vitality had been sapped from her, leaving behind a mere semblance of her former self. Startled, Ms. Zheng crossed paths with her. Anticipating her own unpleasant fate, Ms. Zheng was aware that living under the sway of someone like Ms. Qin, her prospects were grim. 2 consecutive child losses had already plunged her into a state of sorrow and trepidation. Ms. Qin was bound to heap blame and reprimand upon her. Zhao Zhai, who obediently followed Ms. Qin's every word, provided no solace. He wasn't someone she could rely on. Still, Ms. Zheng hadn't foreseen the extent to which Ms. Yuan's condition had deteriorated. However, that was the affair of Ms. Qin and her son. It was a matter Ms. Zheng chose not to involve herself in. What relevance did it have to her? Ms. Qin's relentless antagonism persisted, perpetually clashing about her grandchildren. Ms. Qin seemed to have been exceptionally fortunate, and she harbored a desire for her daughter-in-law to endure and persevere. In a span of just 5 months, Ms. Yuan found herself pregnant once more. Ms. Zheng and the first section members of the family could only respond with astonished admiration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1211. Ms. Qin's Madness. This time, Ms. Qin didn't solely pin her hopes on Ms. Ruan. Instead, she assigned 2 concubines, both from impoverished rural backgrounds, to Zhao Zhai. One of the girls hailed from a destitute countryside family and possessed a strikingly beautiful countenance and figure. Her demeanor was devoid of elegance, intrigue, coquettishness, or worldliness. Rather, she exuded an air of honesty, almost bordering on dullness. However, her attributes were deserving of commendation. In this instance, Ms. Zheng grasped Ms. Qin's strategy. They aimed to excel in childbearing. Ms. Qin held a favorable disposition toward these 2 girls, convinced that they had the potential to conceive and bear children. A derisive snort escaped Ms. Zheng's lips. Ms. Qin's decisions were her own prerogative, a fact she remained unfazed by. She observed the unfolding spectacle with considerable amusement. Yet, Ms. Qin had miscalculated this time. The apparent childbearing prowess of these 2 concubines yielded no pregnancies even after 6 months. Growing anxious, Ms. Qin employed various supplements to no avail. Her intent to acquire additional concubines for Zhao Zhai persisted. Driven to a state of recklessness, Ms. Qin was ready to intervene further. However, Zhao Mu rebuked her, instructing her to desist from securing more concubines for Zhao Zhai. At slightly over a decade in age, Zhao Zhai was already wed to 1 wife and held 2 concubines. If another concubine were to be added to the mix, would it not jeopardize his well-being or tarnish his reputation? Fearing a direct confrontation with Zhao Mu after the lesson, Ms. Qin offered her apologies and arranged for a maid to attend to Zhao Zhai. Ms. Qin had devised a shrewd strategy. If the maid became pregnant and delivered a child, she would be elevated to the status of concubine, thus striking a harmonious balance. Curiously, no other pregnancies materialized. This time around, Ms. Ruan grappled with heightened stress, impairing her child-rearing efforts. Regrettably, the child was born but did not survive past a month, in line with expectations. Ms. Yuan's heart plummeted, driving her to attempt self-inflicted harm using a length of white silk. Though she was ultimately rescued by her attending maid, her health had deteriorated, rendering her unable to conceive for a span of 2 to 3 years. Subsequent to a series of harsh setbacks, Ms. Qin's vigor waned. A vehement loathing for Ms. Zheng had firmly taken root within Ms. Qin's heart. She steadfastly clung to the belief that Ms. Zheng must have schemed covertly against her. The depths of Ms. Zheng's cunning were far too elusive to unravel. Yet, Ms. Qin was convinced There had to be some clandestine machination at play. Otherwise, the string of misfortunes would not have unfolded with such eerie synchronicity. How else could the predicaments besiege the offspring in succession? Historically, Ms. Zheng had never entangled herself with Ms. Qin and her progeny. She hadn't even glimpsed Ms. Yuan's child upon birth. Yet, the repetition of a lie could potentially sow seeds of doubt and warrant unwarranted belief. Excessive discussion invariably begets a multitude of complications. Ms. Qin's assertions resounded with unwavering confidence, instigating Zhao Mu's skepticism. Driven by suspicion, he sought a direct confrontation with Ms. Zheng. While harboring minimal optimism for this interaction, Ms. Zheng couldn't help but shudder at Zhao Mu's utterances. Zhao Mu had succumbed to Ms. Qin's falsehoods and began to cast doubt upon Ms. Zheng. In response, Ms. Zheng emitted a derisive chuckle. Throughout my tenure in this family, I've consistently refrained from entangling myself with a mother and son, precisely to avoid such baseless suspicions. Can you truly fault me for this? Do Ms. Qin's words wield the authority of imperial decrees? Is she at liberty to utter whatever pleases her, devoid of substantiation? Irritated by her retort, Zhao Mu's patience snapped. Fine, no, I never said anything negative about you. Can't you communicate without the sarcasm? Must you always resort to being so snide? Their exchange ignited yet another heated disagreement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, Great Wish, Hardcore Doppelganger. The usage of this skill was brainless. Lu Chun wanted to make a wish on the spot, but because the wish was too powerful and the side effects were too obvious, he couldn't make up his mind. After hesitating for a while, Lu Chun thought of something and his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, since I can't be sure, I can look for Catherine and the others. Isn't this what I'm supposed to do? Moreover, Catherine and the others are orthodox mages. The wish spell was originally developed by people like them. It's even possible that this world has a similar power like the wish spell. With that thought in mind, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he connected to Catherine with the thread of faith. Come to my place. As a godhood, his matters were naturally the most important. As a result, a space transmission pathway appeared outside the door within 2 to 3 minutes of sending out the message. But to Lu Chen's surprise, it wasn't just Catherine who came. Frost Wolf and Yin were here as well. Among them, Frost Wolf looked vigilant and even a little hostile. Irene's expression was also very strange, as if she had made up her mind about something. You're all here? Forget it. We can also come up with some ideas together. As soon as he said that, Lu Chun noticed that the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Chun was a little confused. Why are you so afraid of seeing me? Helene spread her hands and stood up first. His Majesty is too powerful, and the pressure he gives us is too great. Ingluo, all right. Let's not talk about this. I have an ability that I need Catherine, who is a mage, to refer to. Since you're all here, help me take a look. Lu Chun shook his head speechlessly and explained all the abilities of the Great Wish. He then asked how to get the desired result. The Great Wish? All wishes in the world can be fulfilled, Your Majesty. Is this true? Can eternal youth be fulfilled? Lu Chun didn't expect the three of them to be so shocked after hearing the introduction of the Great Wish. Even the knowledgeable Frost Wolf and Catherine were the same. Lu Chun was a little disappointed. It seems that there's no omnipotent wishing machine in this world. Lu Chun replied to her while he was thinking. It's not exactly omnipotent. Limited by my ability, the things it can do are also limited. But what you said about eternal youth, that's simple. He took out 3 golden apples from Avalon and said, the golden apple has the ability to stay young forever. It can also extend one's life. One can extend one's life by 800 years. You can take it. After handing over the 3 golden apples, Lu Chun said, you mages should have the ability to stay young forever, right? Yes, Your Majesty. We have it, but it needs to be maintained by sorcery. Besides, I'm the only one who has it. Irene and Frostwolf are not mages, and they don't want to thank your majesty for the reward. As she spoke, Catherine gave a golden apple to Frostwolf. The middle-aged man was very reluctant to do so. He was very satisfied with his aged body. I don't need such a thing. No, you need it. Under Catherine's intense gaze, Frostwolf could only accept the golden apple. The warmth of the family made Lu Chen smile. But soon, he remembered the Frostwolf's hostility. This guy, he can't be thinking that I pulled Catherine over to do something bad, right? Am I that kind of person? Lu Chen felt like he was being insulted, but unfortunately, they didn't say it out loud, and he couldn't blame them for it. On the other hand, Ilian noticed the change in Lu Chen's expression and quickly brought up the question he asked. Aunt Catherine, do you have any suggestions for the Great Wish spell? He asked. Yes. Although I've never seen this kind of sorcery before, everything in the world can't be separated from an equivalent exchange. You have to pay a price for the wish you want. His Majesty said that the Great Wishing spell can't be controlled, which is probably because he didn't make the price clear. Catherine thought for a moment before she continued. Your Majesty, you can make your wish as clear as possible in your mind at the cost of something you own. It's best if there are steps to complete it. Then, you can use the Great Wish spell to make a wish. Also, Your Majesty, please test some small wishes first. Catherine's words opened Lu Chen's eyes. He thought for a while and pointed at a table. With the power of light as the price, I hope this table can become a computer. Lu Chen thought of his laptop from his previous life and voiced his wish. As he spoke, Lu Chen realized that a lot of his light energy disappeared. But when the light energy disappeared, the table in front of Lu Chen also slowly changed. Soon, an object that he was familiar with appeared in front of him. Lu Chen was so excited that he opened the laptop, and when he saw the system light up, his face was filled with joy. I actually succeeded. Seeing how he easily obtained the items from his previous life, Lu Chen was so excited that he used the power of light as the price to produce countless items. Lu Chen also realized that he could use energy to conjure something out of thin air, or he could change the nature of a specific object. The latter required less energy than the former. The excited experiment lasted for more than an hour. In the end, Lu Chen's room was filled with the things he had in his previous life. Computers, phones, cars, guns, and even a military helicopter. The Great Wishing Spell. This is the true omnipotent power. Lu Chen's heart was filled with joy and excitement. But after thinking for a while, Lu Chen realized that he could indeed conjure up many things, but these things wouldn't be of much use to him. It's a pity. If I had drawn this skill when I was still a low-level player, I would have been able to play with it a lot. But now, conjuring things from my previous life is just adding flowers to a brocade, or even just a toy. It's not very useful. The mythical level Great Wish could not only conjure ordinary things, but also create things with technology. Lu Chen even felt that if the price was high enough, he could even create a divinity crystal out of thin air. However, just like what Catherine said, the Great Wish required an equivalent exchange. Even if the items could be conjured, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to afford the cost. Therefore, the final result might be a huge disaster. Forget it. Let's not think about the double-edged foil anymore. They'll just go with the original plan and transform a part of my soul into a computer. Lu Chen was about to send Catherine and the others away while he sat down quietly to prepare for the soul mutation. However, the two girls were quite interested in the strange items Lu Chen made, so Lu Chen gave them some of them. When they were taking the items away, Lu Chen also noticed that Ilian was purely interested in them, while Catherine was planning to research something out of them. Lu Chen didn't really care about it. It's not bad if we can really develop something. At least it can improve the quality of life of the people here. Anyway, with the current technology of the Blue Planet, no matter how much it improves, it can't threaten me. When there were no legends, technological civilizations could suppress spirit chi civilizations. However, with legends, the situation would change. Every legend was a mobile nuclear weapon, the kind that was difficult to aim and kill. The stronger legends were good at soul manipulation or spatial teleportation, and they could even destroy the Blue Star civilization. After all, the soul and space were areas that the humans on the blue planet had yet to reach. As for the myths and legends, they were equivalent to the interstellar civilization, and Liu Chan was at least half a god. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Catherine's research. He even conjured many basic books for Catherine, who was a mage. Study it. This is the crystallization of another world's civilization. If you can study it, you'll be the one leading the world. Your Majesty is merciful. Even though it was the same words as before, Liu Chan heard a sincere gratitude from her this time. Liu Chan waved his hand and asked them to leave. But when the three of them reached the door, Liu Chan suddenly thought of something and said, "The evils have a plan against me, but it's not easy for them to kill me. In order to be confident, they might use you guys as bait to lure me into their trap. So be careful for now. If you really fall into a trap, I won't go to your rescue." These words caused the three people's expressions to freeze. "Yes, Your Majesty." After the three of them left, Liu Chan began to prepare his soul to become a mental computer. "I hope I can succeed on the first try." He put his hands together and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then, he closed his eyes and split a part of his soul. The splitting process was extremely painful, but it wasn't difficult for Liu Chan to endure the pain. In the end, Liu Chen's soul split into a tenth of his body. This level is enough. If it's possible, then slowly split it. It's related to the soul, so it's best to be careful. Looking at the soul in his mind, Liu Chan chanted and made a wish to the universe. "With the power of light as the price, I hope that this part of the soul will have computing power like a computer." As soon as Liu Chan gave the order, he could feel the power of light in his body being sucked away like crazy. In a very short time, a huge amount of energy in his body was drained away. Feeling the emptiness in his body, Liu Chan didn't have time to be shocked. He immediately thought of extracting the power of flesh and blood if the power of light wasn't enough. "The power of light has the fire of prayers, so I can recover quickly. Flesh and blood are the same as energy, so even if it's damaged, I can recover quickly. If you want to extract, just extract these two. Don't use the soul." Liu Chan didn't care about the damage to his energy and flesh, but it would be troublesome if something went wrong with his consciousness and soul. So he was praying. Fortunately, the great wishing spell wasn't an evil thing like the contaminated Holy Grail that would distort people's wishes. It was a true all-purpose wishing machine. Under Liu Chen's extreme desire, the great prayer absorbed the power of light, and then Liu Chen's blood. The crazy absorption lasted for 3 minutes. Just when Liu Chan felt a little weak, the great wish finally absorbed enough energy, and the part of Liu Chen's soul that was split away also changed. The change didn't last long, and when it was completed, the split soul didn't turn into a computer, but returned to its original state. However, Liu Chan could clearly feel the difference. The thoughts of that part of his soul were no longer the same as his original self. With his strong consciousness, Liu Chan finally managed to control the part of the soul. As the split soul returned to his body, Liu Chan realized that his soul had undergone a change. He didn't become smarter. He was still the old Liu Chan. His intelligence and wisdom didn't change at all, but Liu Chan realized that his speed of solving problems was more than twice as fast. At the same time, he could also divide his attention and recall his past experiences at will. Isn't this the feeling of an implanted computer? It's not bad. After the implanted computer, there was also the artificial intelligence. Liu Chan had a feeling that the energy required to turn the split soul into an artificial intelligence would be double the amount. But Liu Chan crushed the thought in his mind. It's fine as long as I have one consciousness and artificial intelligence. Even if it's absolutely loyal to me, I won't let it appear in my soul. The tyrant's life did not require 2 brains. Liu Chan shook his head to get rid of the idea of creating an AI and continued to experiment with a mind computer. After some processing, Liu Chan realized that other than the speed of his processing, the multi-core processing ability was also the most useful to him. With this type of multi-core, I can completely divide my attention during battle. My main body will charge into close combat, and it'll split a part of my energy to control the light energy and shoot it in all directions. Moreover, it's not just for battle. It's useful now. With that thought in mind, Liu Chun returned to hell again. Under Liu Chen's will, the second ghost revealed itself as the Dreadlord again. After the Dreadlord's appearance struck fear into all the souls in hell, the Sin City in the dream was once again established. He placed his mind computer at the lowest level of Sin City and ordered it to absorb the soul according to the program. Then, Liu Chen's soul returned to the real world. In the future, I don't need to cultivate in seclusion anymore. Liu Chun could feel his true spirit being absorbed into his body, and his consciousness was not affected at all. He couldn't help but smile. Then, he once again tested the combination of soul, splitting, flesh, indestructible, and mind computer. After thinking for a while, Liu Chun waited for his body and energy to recover before he split another part of his soul and turned it into a mental computer. To put it another way, after turning into a mental computer, Liu Chen's part of the soul would only act according to the program that had been processed or Liu Chen's orders. In fact, it could even deal with problems faster than Liu Chen's main consciousness. Of course, there was a price to pay. The thinking computer could only handle the problems that had been ordered. Once there was an anomaly, it could not make a decision. This was also the difference between artificial intelligence and computers. However, even though the soul computer couldn't do it, Liu Chun could still set it up so that it would contact him immediately if anything happened. There's almost no distance between their souls. As long as there was a slight connection, Liu Chun could place his consciousness into his soul and control everything with his own thoughts. Therefore, as long as the distance was not too far away, it was not a weakness. It's good that it doesn't have consciousness. At least I won't have a clone betraying me. While he was thinking, Liu Chun didn't stop moving. After the part of his soul turned into a mental computer, Liu Chun didn't let it stay in his sea of consciousness. Instead, he transferred the part of his soul to the right side of his body. After the soul transfer was completed, Liu Chun thought for a moment and used the silver hand to slash at the right side of his body. The sharpness of the silver hand and the fact that Liu Chun tried his best not to block it tore a large piece of Liu Chen's body. However, after the body was destroyed, the parts that were split immediately came back to life and tried to merge back into Liu Chen's body. This was the characteristic of the indestructible flesh and blood. However, Liu Chun suppressed the return and immediately controlled the flesh with his split soul. Under the control of the split soul, the cut-off part of the body no longer returned to the body. However, under the soul's transformation, the body part was changing rapidly. In a short time, a smaller Liu Chun appeared in front of him. Doppelganger. This is my doppelganger ability, splitting the soul and cutting off the flesh and blood. Because the soul and the flesh came from the same source, they could be easily fused together. This was Liu Chen's clone, but the process of making it was too hardcore. However, the hardcore that was created was also very strong. When Liu Chun created the clones, he basically cut himself in half and turned a part of his body into a clone. The clones had all his abilities, body constitution, bloodline, and most of the other abilities. It was just that they had less energy. However, he did not have items like Avalon, the Divinity, or the Fire of Wishes. That's enough. We don't need a bicycle to patrol the sky. We'll destroy any evil that appears. As Liu Chun gave an order to the mind computer, number 2, the main consciousness didn't have a number, and number 1 was absorbing the true soul in Sin City, spread out its 12 wings, and flew into the sky. Afraid that something might happen to number 2, Liu Chen's main consciousness followed it closely as it flew into the sky. After flying for a while, Liu Chun realized that the only problem was that number 2's energy was no longer infinite without Avalon and the Fire of Prayers. Fortunately, because the flesh and blood were still his, Liu Chun also gave him a part of his heart. This allowed number 2 to still have the ability to absorb the sunlight and convert it into energy. This ability allowed number 2 to have a good endurance. Light form, steel body, size change, the sun's protection, and other skills that are rooted in the body are all here. The platinum star that is rooted in the soul is also here. Number 2 is able to deal with most of the dangers, but there is too little energy and too small a body to deal with the evil god. However, I don't let him go out of the astral world. It should be no problem for him to wander around the world. Lu Chen didn't finish his sentence. Even if there's a problem, I'll only lose a part of my flesh and soul. It doesn't matter. Lu Chen didn't really care. Computer number 1 soul was merging with the true spirit in Sin City, while Lu Chen's split body was also recovering rapidly. Soon, Lu Chen realized that his body was fully recovered. My body can split infinitely. If I have enough energy, you can cut my flesh every day and satisfy the lives of 1 million people. As his flesh and blood remained intact, Lu Chen's soul grew stronger and stronger. This allowed Lu Chen to create a few more computer clones. Such a clone could be used as a pawn to die, which was why it was difficult to kill with an undying soul. Do I need to continue creating more clones? Moreover, this time, he was creating a thought computer clone, or would just simply split his soul and flesh and let him find a place to sleep. The first type of clone was a scout, a helper. The second type was Lu Chen's backup. If he still died in the battle against the evil god after passing all 12 trials, he could still be resurrected with the backup. However, Lu Chen eventually gave up on the idea. Flesh and blood are still fine. They can be split limitlessly, but the total amount of my soul remains the same. If a part of my soul is split, the soul of my main consciousness will be reduced. If I split too much, my ability to survive will be stronger. However, the remaining soul will not be able to completely control my body. Naturally, it will be impossible to kill the godhood. Lu Chen wanted to kill a god, so he only created 2 clones. One of them would patrol in the sky to clear the evils and collect mastery points for himself, while the other would absorb the true souls in Sin City. Lu Chen was already prepared to retrieve the 2 souls when the battle broke out. However, even though he didn't plan to create more clones, Lu Chen still split half of his soul and used the Great Wish to create a soul computer. With the help of this external computer, Lu Chen's computing power was greatly enhanced, and Lu Chen soon felt the benefits. I couldn't make nuclear fusion controllable before because I wasn't good at controlling energy, and I couldn't keep the stability of nuclear fusion while fighting. But now, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12-13, Planning for him. Presumably, they also held him in contempt due to his being considered an eyesore. Even after his departure, he continued to dispatch individuals to monitor the Zhao family closely. He possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of significant events within the Zhao family that transpired over the past 3 years. Following the conclusion of his mourning period, he seized the opportunity of his father's extended absence to return. Subsequently, he casually announced his intention to embark on a journey. His initial stop was Huzhou, followed by Yangzhou, where his primary objective was to assume responsibility for and assess the properties acquired by his mother on his behalf. His mother was undeniably capable. She had entrusted her family with utmost loyalty and expertly managed these properties. In addition to her early purchases, she had later acquired 10,000 mu of land on the outskirts of Hangzhou City, along with numerous valuable antiques and jewelry. This substantial estate secured by his mother would enable them to live a prosperous and content life without needing any assistance from the Zhao family. Zhao Shu's heart was overwhelmed with sorrow, and tears welled up uncontrollably. How he longed for his mother's presence. He would willingly relinquish all ties to the Zhao family in exchange for his mother's well-being. Regrettably, this remained a far-fetched and unattainable dream. His mother was no longer among the living, having passed into the realm of the departed. The past and future were forever separated from the present, and their mother-son bond had been irrevocably severed. He harbored an intense loathing for Zhao Mu and Ms. Qin. Even if his mother had indeed met with an unfortunate accident, he could not forgive the anguish inflicted upon her by Zhao Mu and Ms. Qin. In his eyes, they were nothing short of murderers. Upon what grounds did his mother meet such a suspicious and abrupt demise, enduring untold suffering while still alive, while these two culprits led a life of untroubled opulence? It would have been acceptable if his mother were still alive, but with her gone, he felt an unshakable determination to seek justice on her behalf, for the sole purpose of avenging his mother. Those two individuals deserved to face the consequences of their actions. Once Zhao Shu shared this information with his trusted relatives, Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing, who had been part of Madame Neizheng's dowry, readily concurred. Yet, Zhao Shu was physically frail, and Zhao Mu held the position of his birth father. His chances of prevailing against Zhao Mu were exceedingly slim. If he were branded as unfilial due to this endeavor, even if he could clear his mother's name of this wrongdoing, it would still feel inadequate. His mother's spirit in heaven would not truly find solace. That's why he needed to find a formidable ally, a powerful supporter who could intimidate his father without putting him in a perilous situation of replacing one danger with another. After deliberation, he brought Uncle Qing, Aunt Qing, and the others to the capital to explore their options. Initially, they considered ingratiating themselves with a prominent aristocrat. Indeed, for families like the Zhaos, influential officials were entities capable of overwhelming them. If willing, they could certainly exert authority over Zhao Mu and Ms. Qin. However, despite residing in the capital for over half a year, they struggled to identify a suitable aristocratic patron. It's important to note that the Zhao family was a merchant clan based in Jiangnan, with limited ties to the capital. They were worlds apart from the influential families in the capital. Without someone to pull strings, establishing connections with a prominent capital-based aristocratic family proved to be no easy task. Certainly, if Zhao Shu merely desired to be a spendthrift, reveling in extravagant dinners and indulging in the company of companions of questionable reputation, it would indeed be a straightforward pursuit. As long as he frequented upscale eateries and establishments of ill repute, he would inevitably cross paths with wastrels. And so long as he was willing to open his purse, these wastrels would readily welcome him as a friend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:14, Inquiring. However, this was not aligned with his desires. If he were to take that path, it would significantly diminish his standing right from the outset. No one would regard him with respect, and he would not be taken seriously. So, how much would he have to invest, both in terms of resources and time, to establish his credibility? Once people formed a first impression of a novice, it was notoriously challenging to alter. He had a history of associating with individuals of exceptional talent. But who would believe him if he suddenly proclaimed his intention to engage in official affairs and seek justice for his mother? This course of action was clearly not viable. Yet, how could a young merchant like him easily forge a meaningful connection with a person of substantial influence? Firstly, he would need to demonstrate unwavering integrity. Secondly, he would need to attain a high-ranking position and wield significant influence. Lastly, he would have to offer assistance without harboring ulterior motives, an exceedingly arduous task. As he and Uncle Qing deliberated with a sense of hopelessness, Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian made a surprise appearance in the capital. Uncle Qing promptly set his sights on them. Even though Xiao Yunduan wasn't a prominent official, he had captured the emperor's attention. Xiao Xian, in particular, had successfully treated the emperor's cherished peony, a feat tantamount to receiving a prestigious accolade. Who would dare to slight him? Furthermore, these two individuals were unyielding in the face of authority. They displayed no deference to the Tian family and even severed all ties with the Qiao family without hesitation. They were unquestionably in the same predicament as their young master. From Uncle Qing's perspective, it was evident that the narratives propagated by the Qiao family might not be entirely baseless. Nonetheless, nobody believed them, and they found themselves deceived by Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian without any recourse. Uncle Qing didn't understand the precise methods employed by Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan, but this didn't hinder him from holding them in high esteem and harboring a tinge of envy. How remarkable it would be if their young master could also outmaneuver the Zhao family and sever ties with them. It might be highly beneficial to locate Madame Xiao. After conducting inquiries about their hometown, Uncle Qing personally journeyed to Yangzhou to gather information. The revelations he unearthed were astounding. Uncle Qing was left dumbfounded and filled with admiration. Officer Xiao and Madame Xiao had truly faced formidable challenges to carve out this path. The second and third sections of a Xiao family exhibited no particular scruples and behaved like opportunists. The head of the first section of the family seemed rather ineffectual. As for the Qiao family, Madame Qiao harbored covetous intentions towards them, necessitating utmost caution. She wouldn't let them off the hook if she discovered anything amiss. At that time, they lacked the means to contend with Madame Qiao. However, despite these odds, they persevered and gradually grew stronger, eventually surpassing Madame Qiao in influence. The Yuezheng family, led by Yuezheng Zheng, was the most prominent merchant clan in Yuezheng, yet third young Master Yuezheng had maintained a close and amicable partnership with Officer Xiao and Madame Xiao for many years. First Madame was as dear to Madame Xiao as a mother and daughter. On one hand, the Luzheng family was known for their integrity and upright character. However, it was not solely their virtue that attracted Sir Xiao and Madame Xiao. If they lacked capability, why would the Yuezheng family choose to collaborate with them? Furthermore, leaving other considerations aside, the mere fact that they had singled out the Yuezheng family from numerous alternatives showcased their extraordinary discernment. Uncle Qing, hailing from a merchant lineage, possessed a profound understanding of the perils associated with selecting the wrong business partner. Compensation, while significant, paled in comparison to the potential consequences. History had witnessed individuals who not only lost their entire fortunes, but also forfeited their very lives due to such misjudgments. Upon his swift return to the capital, he promptly presented his recommendation to Zhao Shu. At the outset, Zhao Shu harbored some reservations, for the matter at hand bore immense significance to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:15 Choice. He must make the wrong choice. Little did anyone anticipate that Xiao Yunduan would receive guidance from Minister Yun and Old Yun, who had publicly declared they were no longer accepting disciples. This unexpected turn of events earned him the favor of the Crown Prince. It finally put Zhao Shu's mind at ease, and he made his decision. As Uncle Qing had wisely pointed out, Officer Xiao and Madame Xiao didn't ascend from the countryside of Yuzhong solely by chance. Their success was a blend of luck and skill. Their exemplary treatment of the Yuezheng family and the villagers of Shouting Village attested to their integrity and moral character. If this opportunity slipped through their fingers, who else could they turn to? However, the crucial question remained. Were Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian willing to collaborate? Contacting them wasn't a straightforward task either. Why would they meet with him without a valid reason? Zhao Shu understood the need for caution and timing in his approach. He had to wait for the perfect moment. It was only when Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian ventured out to admire the snow that he dared to approach them. Then, an agonizing wait ensued. Zhao Shu was well aware of their intentions. Even if they were willing to collaborate, Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian would undoubtedly investigate him thoroughly. Yet, he remained confident that they would welcome him. Their cooperation with the Yuezheng family suggested they were open to partnering with capable allies. So, was he the right person for them? He didn't fear scrutiny, but felt a lingering sense of anxiety until matters were settled. Finally, after the Lantern Festival, Xiao Xian provided an affirmative response, filling Zhao Shuking's heart with boundless joy. When Xiao Yunduan returned that evening, Xiao Xian shared the news with a smile. Xiao Yunduan nodded in agreement, and flashed a smile of his own. I was actually thinking along the same lines, and I was just about to discuss it with him. Let's plan to meet in 3 days. They exchanged knowing smiles. Both Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had a strong belief in Zhao Shu as a potential valuable partner. They were eager to initiate collaboration as soon as possible, hoping to secure some financial benefits. Wouldn't it be wonderful to start the new year with a fresh opportunity? 3 days elapsed, and Xiao Xian, Xiao Yunduan, Zhao Shu, and Uncle Qing convened at a tranquil tea house. Zhao Shu displayed great humility. He and Uncle Qing had arrived earlier. As they saw Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan enter the tea house and ascend to the second floor, Zhao Shu personally greeted them with a courteous bow. "Officer, Madam Xiao, it's a privilege to have you here. Please come in." Uncle Qing, too, offered a welcoming smile. He glanced at his young master, feeling a hint of sorrow. When Madam Xiao was still alive, young master had her to pamper and protect him. He didn't have to lower himself and put on such a facade. However, after Madam Xiao's passing, young master had undergone a significant transformation. But Uncle Qing would rather have young master remain the same as before, unchanged. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were not known for their arrogance. Xiao Yunduan nodded, extended his hand in greeting, and replied courteously before leading Xiao Xian into the room. Zhao Shu simply smiled, his hands unconsciously fidgeting from nervousness. He couldn't find the same audacity he had when they first crossed paths. His decision to go all in a few days ago was a stark contrast to his current demeanor. Xiao Xian secretly chuckled, patiently awaiting Xiao Yunduan's lead. In this era, Xiao Yunduan was the one with the authority to make decisions. His words carried more weight and credibility. Xiao Xian wasn't in a rush to speak. After all, she was the one ultimately in charge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:16, Working with Officer and Madam. After a few moments of casual conversation, Xiao Yunduan broached the topic. "My wife is eager to start a small business, and young master Zhao seems equally interested. Perhaps we can collaborate, and I'm eager to hear your thoughts, young master Zhao." Zhao Shu and his servant found comfort in Xiao Yunduan's words. Zhao Shu exhaled a sigh of relief and responded with a gracious smile. "Officer Xiao and Madam Xiao are truly admirable, and I believe your ideas are likely superior and more fitting than mine. I'm open to hearing your suggestions. However, I must make one point clear. I am here to work with you, not the Zhao family in Yangzhou. They hold no relevance to our collaboration," Xiao Yunduan added firmly. As the mention of the Zhao family in Yangzhou resurfaced, Zhao Shu couldn't help but simmer with anger. Privately, Xiao Xian couldn't help but sigh. Late Mrs. Zheng had been a wise, gentle, and virtuous woman, but her fate was marred by her unfortunate marriage to a man like Zhao Shu. Despite their wealth, they lacked support, legal guidance, and were constrained by the need to consider their son's future. Divorce was an unthinkable option for her, as it would be deemed absurd merely for a man to take a concubine, let alone for a wife to object. In the end, she tragically passed away while still in her prime, leaving behind a deeply embittered Zhao Shu, who couldn't help but suspect foul play within the Zhao family. "Agreed," Xiao Yunduan replied with a hint of disdain. "The Zhao family in Yangzhou is hardly deserving of our attention." Xiao Yunduan harbored a particular distaste for individuals like Zhao Mu, who fathered 2 sons out of wedlock before having a legitimate heir. He himself did not condone taking concubines, but he respected personal choices. However, he considered such clandestine behavior beneath the principles of a true gentleman. Moreover, the mysterious circumstances of Ms. Zheng's death cast suspicions on Zhao Mu, further fueling Xiao Yunduan's disapproval. Zhao Shu found solace in Xiao Yunduan's words and concurred. "Officer Xiao is absolutely right. They are not worthy of our association." He had long yearned to sever ties with the Zhao family, nursing a simmering envy towards Xiao Xian. However, the stark reality was that such a separation seemed nearly impossible. Xiao Xian, being a married daughter, occupied a different position in the family hierarchy compared to him, the legitimate heir. Nonetheless, even if he couldn't fully extricate himself from the Zhao family, he was still undeniably a part of it. Their conversation took a subtle turn, and both discerned that the other party had likely conducted some background investigation. Yet, there was no need to voice this observation aloud. A silent mutual understanding sufficed, making their exchange more effortless. With an amicable smile, Xiao Xian broached a new topic. "I've heard you possess land in Hangzhou. Are you interested in cultivating flowers for perfume production?" Zhao Shu's eyes sparkled with interest. Certainly, perfume production is a lucrative industry, and demand is high. Without probing further, Zhao Shu assumed that Xiao Xian and Xiao Yinduan enjoyed support from the East Palace, deducing that the East Palace must be behind this venture. Otherwise, Xiao Xian wouldn't have had access to such an opportunity. To his knowledge, perfume production of this caliber was non-existent within the country, making it a coveted luxury item whenever Western cargo ships arrived on their shores. He recalled his mother's few treasured bottles of perfume from his childhood days. Their enchanting fragrances had always intrigued him, exuding elegance and charm. In that case, let's make preparations. My guild will inform Hangzhou discreetly, but we must maintain a low profile. Acquire more land and 2 mountains, and cultivate tea leaves on those hillsides. Publicly, we'll state that the flowers are intended for making flower tea. Zhao Shu grasped the implication, quietly amassing wealth hidden from prying eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:17. Tenure. He nodded, took a moment to reflect, and then spoke. "I currently possess 70,000 mu of land in Hangzhou, and I can acquire an additional 30,000 mu. This would allow us to secure 5,000 mu of land dedicated to cultivating tea mountains. However, are we truly committed to producing floral tea?" "Yes," Xiao Xian replied with a smile. "We lack the technology for making perfumes at the moment, and we needn't concern ourselves with future developments. We're in a unique position to generate income. In due time, we'll construct workshops near the floral fields, and our workers will utilize contracts to hire servants. The production of floral tea will also be streamlined. Rest assured, the cost of producing floral tea won't be prohibitive." "Very well." Zhao Shu felt reassured as he realized that they had thoroughly considered every aspect of their plan. After the new year, the bone-chilling cold gradually receded, and the biting cold wind became more gentle. This was the ideal time to make early arrangements, ensuring a harvest within a year. Their plan revolved around spring throughout the year. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Shu, Uncle Qing, and Aunt Qing visited Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan's home to finalize their agreement. Xiao Xian wouldn't be taking ownership of the land. Instead, she would have a stake in the perfume workshop with profits split evenly at 50-50. Xiao Xian contributed her expertise and tools, while the workers shared the remaining half. Zhao Shu would handle day-to-day management. The costs associated with building the workshop would be divided equally, but Xiao Xian was contributing the technology, which reduced her financial share. Zhao Shu initially suggested that she could forego her share of the silver tails, but Xiao Xian declined the offer. The 100,000 mu flower field was meticulously planned, featuring roses, jasmine, sweet osmanthus, lilies, cloves, and a variety of other flowers. Additionally, lemon, pine cypress, sandalwood, camphor, calamus, patchouli, bergamot, orange, mint, and orchids were planted for their fragrant qualities. The Jiangnan region was affluent, boasting numerous gardeners specializing in cultivating flowers and trees for wealthy families. In the past 3 or 4 years, floral tea had gained popularity, leading to a surge in flower cultivation among households. Particularly, jasmines, roses, Chinese roses, and gardenias were in high demand. Hangzhou's sweet osmanthus was renowned worldwide, and the abundance of sweet osmanthus trees was beyond count. Hence, acquiring high-quality and abundant flower seedlings posed no challenge whatsoever. As for lilies, they were readily available. Many families cultivated lilies, making it easy to purchase stems and plant them when the weather was suitable. The only challenge lay with cloves, as obtaining a substantial quantity might prove more difficult. Nevertheless, Xiao Xian was willing to invest both time and money to resolve this issue. Zhao Shu and Uncle Qing would personally oversee the management of the floral field. Adjacent to the field, a picturesque abbey had been constructed to house the workshop, allowing it to remain discreet and hidden from view. Ideally, the tea field would be situated in close proximity to the flower field, facilitating future management. Xiao Xian made an unexpected request for Zhao Shu to sell her the 100,000 mu mulberry fields in Yangzhou. Zhao Shu was taken aback. With a reassuring smile, Xiao Xian explained, "The mulberry fields yield silk, but the annual income of one tael of silver may not suffice for your needs. Will you continue with this arrangement? You can repurchase the fields from me after a few years. If you have any doubts, we can put it all in writing." Suddenly, Zhao Shu grasped Xiao Xian's intentions and was overwhelmed with gratitude. He felt an urge to kneel and kowtow to her. No, fifth madam, I trust you completely. There's no need for you to buy the mulberry fields. I'll hand over the land contract, and we can split the proceeds evenly. They'll even provide you with IOUs for the first few years. To him, those IOUs were mere worthless pieces of paper, and he had no intention of pursuing debts from his father. His reputation was at stake. However, when it came to Xiao Xian, it was an entirely different matter. It was about settling their debts, plain and simple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:18. Zhao Mu. That was incredibly frustrating. His repulsive father had withheld the IOUs for years. However, there were at least 10 of them. The Zhao family's fate took a dark turn when those 10 IOUs were finally presented. If the Zhao family's weaving workshop couldn't secure silk from the Zheng family's mulberry fields without spending a hefty sum of 1,001, it would become a significant financial burden, one they couldn't easily shake off. Zhao Shu couldn't contain his excitement. "Fifth madam, these IOUs are yours, and the money belongs to you." Xiao Xian burst into laughter. "Well, it seems my husband and I have become partners. I'll give you 30% of the money, and the rest will be returned to its rightful owners. But remember, don't present all 10 IOUs at once. We need to play it strategically and be patient." Zhao Shu was taken aback, but he quickly composed himself and wholeheartedly agreed. Silk was a precious commodity. 1 acre of mulberry fields could sustain 2 silkworm seasons per year, yielding approximately 100 kilograms of silkworm cocoons. A kilogram of silkworm cocoons could produce around 2 liang of silk. The market price for 500 grams of silk had remained steady at 3 to 5 qian for years. Thus, 1 acre of mulberry fields could yield a maximum of 20 kilograms of silk. With their family's extensive 100,000 acres of mulberry fields, they had access to 2 million kilograms of silk, which exceeded 1 million liang. Even in a less than ideal year, it would still amount to 700,000 to 800,000 liang. Zhao Mu was on edge, fearing that he might do something drastic when confronted with those 10 IOUs. Like a cornered rabbit, he might lash out. A slow and calculated approach was necessary. A blunt knife was the best tool for cutting through tough situations. Zhao Shu was overjoyed at the chaos he had caused for the Zhao family. He quickly arranged for the IOUs and contracts to be delivered. Xiao Xian even shared a knowing smile with Xiao Yunduan, remarking on young Master Zhao's remarkable generosity in revealing such substantial assets. He realized that Zhao's position would be vulnerable if these properties were seized. Young Master Zhao's father had previously argued with his mother over the contract, but she had adamantly refused to surrender it, and he had willingly handed it over to her. Xiao Yunduan responded with a smile. "He's quite astute. He despises Zhao Mu. and those possessions would be worthless in his hands. Zhao Mu gave them to us as a gesture of gratitude, and he won't be at a loss. Xiao Xian concurred with a smile. That's true, but not everyone possesses the fortitude to make such a decision. Well, we aren't the kind of people who take advantage of others, darling. Write him a note, please. Of course. Xiao Xian was eager to head south. They discussed plans with Xiao Yunduan, including a visit to Yangzhou to acquire assets from Zhao Mu and a trip to Hangzhou to check on Zhao Shu's situation. Afterwards, they decided to return home. Concern for their family weighed on their minds, and the flora at home relied on Xiao Xian's extraordinary abilities to flourish. The plants, flowers, and trees that had been enhanced by her powers were thriving far better than their regular counterparts. This exceptional genetic trait was inheritable, so why not further augment it? However, Xiao Xian didn't want to be away from Xiao Yunduan for an extended period. Similarly, Xiao Yunduan had no intention of leaving either. As the crown prince responsible for managing official records, he needed to dispatch personnel to the most distinguished families in the south to retrieve the remaining missing documents. He asked for this task, eager to undertake it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1219, Mission South. The Crown Prince had been reluctant to release Xiao Yunduan, but he believed it was essential for Xiao Yunduan to remain in the capital. However, Xiao Yunduan was insistent, hinting to the Crown Prince that it was a matter of finances. After some hesitation, the Crown Prince agreed. He required the money more than Xiao Yunduan had anticipated, a fact that left her speechless in embarrassment. Xiao Yunduan knew what needed to be done, unburdened by his position. Perhaps he could help resolve the financial issue without constraint. He dared to hope that he wouldn't need to be overly frugal. Though the Crown Prince didn't vocalize his thoughts, he was deeply touched. Dedicated and loyal officials. How admirable they were. His thoughts had always revolved around himself, causing him anxiety. Xiao Yunduan, on the other hand, knew how to maintain a low profile. Inwardly, the Crown Prince vowed never to forget Xiao Yunduan's contributions once he advanced to the next level. He envisioned Xiao Yunduan by his side as one of the esteemed ministers in the pavilion. Yet, he questioned whether he was qualified for such a role. Xiao Xian was overjoyed when she heard that Xiao Yunduan would be heading south. Their relationship had been strained, and the prospect of further separation was unwelcome. Heading south in the spring to such a delightful place felt like pure bliss. Xiao Xian couldn't help but think of her good fortune, having experienced so much and seen so many things. She humbled herself, wary of becoming overly arrogant. The departure date was set for the first day of February, which left Xiao Xian with the responsibility of arranging affairs in the capital beforehand. Ever since the fourth prince's side yard had faced punishment, he had been exceptionally well-behaved. The same held true for the other two princes. This was because it seemed as if the heavens were condemning the fourth prince, indirectly upholding the rightful position of the crown prince. During these times, no one dared to draw attention to themselves, opting for a period of relative peace. In the intermediate, everything had remained tranquil. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan, along with Li Qiu and Li Xia, made the decision to depart, entrusting Songshi with the task of tending to the yard and cultivating the 20 mu of land. As long as Songshi maintained a low profile, the Qiao family and the Tian family wouldn't challenge their servants. The servants held no immediate value to them, and their pride was at stake. However, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were determined to eventually exact revenge on them. Xiao Xian instructed Songshi to plant potatoes and transplant strawberries when the weather permitted. She also planned to cultivate some seasonal vegetables and oversee the household, striving to avoid causing any issues or developing bad habits. Songshi nodded enthusiastically, motivated by his desire to work diligently. He aspired to become the household manager once Old Master and Madame Qiao achieved success, envisioning a bright future for himself without causing any trouble. With the arrangements made, Xiao Xian wrote a letter to Yuezheng Xiao, asking the crown prince to arrange for its delivery. The letter contained various design drawings and a request for Zheng Xiao to produce perfume-making tools. Half of these tools were to be entrusted to Zheng Xiao, while the other half would be crafted by skilled artisans, ensuring that the secret remained secure. No matter how clever these artisans were, they would never have access to the half-finished products. Once all the preparations were in order, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan departed together on the first day of February. The crown prince had two capable guards, Sun Xian and Sun Bai, who excelled not only in their duties but also in martial arts accompanied the couple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1220, Arriving at Yangzhou. Additionally, an undisclosed team of 10 covert guards discreetly trailed them, unbeknownst to anyone except Xiao Yunduan. His role was to assist the crown prince in resolving financial issues, and it was imperative to ensure his safety, granting him the freedom to act as needed. The 10 secret guards had been assigned precisely for this purpose. Xiao Yunduan had arranged for a double-decker ship to embark on their journey through the canal. Joining them on this voyage were Xiao Xian, Li Xia, Li Qiu, Sun Bai, and Sun Qian, along with 2 advisors from the East Palace and a handful of assistants and servants. The chill of spring had limited Xiao Xian's outdoor activities, forcing them to only venture out in the mornings for a breath of fresh air. The demanding nature of their previous duties had left them with very little leisure time. Often, they wouldn't return home until dusk during their busiest days. Now, the 2 of them could spend every day together, which filled them with happiness. The limited number of passengers aboard the boat provided an opportunity for Li Qiu and Li Xia to sit on the same side without arousing suspicions, allowing them to discreetly nurture their feelings for each other. Xiao Yunduan's passion for Xiao Xin knew no bounds, often blurring the lines between day and night. Fortunately, the absence of prying eyes enabled Xiao Xian to reciprocate these feelings openly. Both of them shared a desire to reach Yangzhou as swiftly as possible, opting not to make any stops along the way. However, Xiao Yunduan was considerate of Xiao Xian's potential boredom on the extended boat journey. Thus, every 2 or 3 days, he would arrange for brief stopovers at piers, taking her on strolls through the streets and indulging in delectable cuisine while scouting for unique and rare specialties and trinkets. Their most notable stopover occurred at Zheng, where Xiao Xian decided to craft the remaining tools required for their mission. Occasionally, the 2 would venture out for shopping excursions together, an activity that went unnoticed by those around them. Furthermore, Xiao Yunduan had a compelling reason to stay attuned to the sentiments of the people they encountered on their journey. They promptly shared the vital information they had collected with the crown prince, underscoring its significance to him. While they had no intention of being shadowed by their servants, there was a collective yearning among the staff to accompany them. The journey, after all, proved quite monotonous, and the prospect of leisurely strolls, taken nonchalantly and inconspicuously, held undeniable appeal. Seeking out skilled craftsmen in the town, the 2 of them embarked on this quest together. Disassembling the items they had created proved relatively straightforward, and the craftsmen readily agreed to the terms, paying the required price. No further inquiries were made. Instead, they accepted a deposit and formalized the arrangement through a signed contract, all without raising any suspicions. Zheng City boasted a rich history, replete with renowned historical landmarks, picturesque mountains, and scenic rivers. The natural beauty of the region was truly captivating. In terms of culinary delights, the city offered an array of mouth-watering options, including double crisps in soup, grilled yuan fish, hibiscus chicken slices, jar meat, ginger-infused lotus root, and pan-fried tofu, all expertly prepared and satisfying to the palate. Taking a 3-day respite in Zheng, they meticulously inspected the boats and restocked their supplies. Beyond these restful interludes, their journey would be ceaseless, with the only breaks occurring in the evenings when they docked, spending the night before resuming their course towards Yangzhou. On the third day following their departure from Jining, Xiao Yunwan dispatched Sun Qian to travel ahead to Yangzhou and gather additional information about the Zhao family. Sun Qian and Sun Bai, loyal to Officer Xiao and Madame Xiao's orders, followed instructions without hesitation. Upon their arrival in Yangzhou, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan realized that it was already February 20th, marking 20 days of travel and intermittent rest, a pace they considered quite expeditious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:21 Plan. It was nearly March, and the climate in Jiangnan was steadily warming. The flora began to bud, and the melodious songs of orioles filled the air. The atmosphere was imbued with the fresh and invigorating scent of spring, evoking a sense of burgeoning life and vitality. Xiao Xian possessed a unique affinity with the power of wood, and this time of year heightened her connection to it even more. As spring approached, her superpower seemed to flourish at an accelerated rate. Within her personal realm, she already controlled an impressive expanse of 600 mu of land for cultivation, and this domain was rapidly expanding. She estimated that by the end of this spring, her territory would exceed 1,000 mu. With 1,000 mu at her disposal, she could cultivate crops twice a year, yielding bountiful harvests with minimal effort. It was the coveted golden land every farmer aspired to possess. The mere thought of it filled her with happiness. She made the decision to dedicate her land to cultivating various grains, particularly rice and wheat, which would be stored in her space's storage room for emergencies. Although they couldn't consume all of it themselves, the East Palace might have a use for the surplus. With the support of the Yuezheng family and Zhao Shu, both skilled businessmen, these grains could be presented as commodities whenever the need arose. As emissaries of the Crown Prince from the East Palace, they approached the Yangzhou County Magistrate directly, requesting accommodations at the relay station. This arrangement would facilitate the organization and sorting of their collection of rare books and manuscripts, far more convenient than staying at an ordinary hostel. Xiao Yunduan cherished his wife deeply, and his position wasn't an official appointment from a court. Therefore, he intended to take his wife on a journey to the south to enjoy the scenery. As long as the Crown Prince didn't object, nobody would question their decision. Unless, of course, Xiao Xian did something untoward on their journey, which seemed highly unlikely. With only a modest number of servants at home, having his wife accompany him would ensure his daily needs were well looked after. It was a perfectly reasonable arrangement. However, Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian had no intention of inconveniencing the Yangzhou magistrate. Following their discussion, Xiao Xian accompanied Li Xia, Li Qiu, and Sun Bai to a reputable hostel where they reserved a private courtyard. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunduan led his two colleagues to the Yangzhou governmental office. His colleagues chose to stay at the same hostel with the rest of the entourage. Xiao Yunduan commuted to work each day, regularly coordinating with Xiao Xian regarding their stay at the hostel. Xiao Xian selected the finest establishment in Yangzhou, known for its impeccable service, which alleviated any concerns about their accommodations. Once everything was arranged, Sun Bai set out to locate Sun Qian. They had their own discreet means of communication, sparing Xiao Xian the need to inquire further. Xiao Yunduan anticipated that the prefect of Yangzhou would host a banquet in their honor, an invitation he did not decline. He didn't plan on returning home until the evening, leaving the arrangements to be made by the group. We're on the waterfront, and Yangzhou is such a picturesque place. It's marvelous. Let's take a leisurely stroll and return after dinner, Xiao Xian proposed with a smile. Li Xia and Li Qiu eagerly nodded in agreement. Their boat journey had been smooth, but after more than 20 days aboard, they couldn't help but feel some physical discomfort. Upon arriving at their destination, they weren't fatigued. Rather, they experienced stiffness and discomfort in their bodies. A walk outdoors would be just the remedy they needed. Xiao Xian changed into attire befitting a young woman from a prosperous southern family, and led her companions out into the afternoon. Although they didn't venture too far, they were eager to explore Yangzhou at their own pace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:22 Coincidence. The southern mountains embraced a gentle, aqueous demeanor, adorned by blush-hued walls and the presence of Daiwa. Each family's abode faced the meandering river, and willow trees, blossoms, and verdant foliage dotted the surroundings. Although the time for birds to engage in their elegant dances and centaurea to burst into bloom had not yet arrived, the essence of spring pervaded the air. Weeping willows cascaded like cascades of silk, draping the branches in vibrant green hues. Early blooming flowers scattered across the landscape, their colors accentuated by the pink walls and tiled roofs. A bluestone bridge provided a vivid contrast amid this enchanting scene. The atmosphere held a slight moisture, yet it was crisp and pure. Strolling through the streets and alleys, one might capture a picturesque glimpse of the Southern style with a simple handheld device. However, without their modern gadgets, the trio struggled to fully appreciate the spectacle. Their words of admiration flowed ceaselessly throughout their journey. Li Qiu and Li Xia, in particular, were overtaken by amazement, as if they had never beheld such exquisite southern scenery before. In contrast, Qiao Xian, who had visited Jiangnan prior to her transmigration, found herself marveling at the disparity between the modernized, overdeveloped region she knew and the original water village she now explored. Internally, Qiao Xian commended their unabashed enthusiasm. As the host, she possessed a wealth of knowledge and had no room to exhibit such emotional fervor. In her role as the master, she needed to maintain an air of composure, projecting a dignified image that commanded respect. Their footsteps led them unconsciously to the lakeside, where the scenery transcended even their previous experiences. An array of shops lined the shore, and the ancient pavilions exuded an exceptional level of sophistication, instantly discernible to those with discerning tastes. With dinner time approaching, fatigue set in for the three travelers. Qiao Xian carefully selected a refined, upscale establishment named the Qing Lotus Garden and ushered Li Qiu and Li Xia inside. Silkworms and mulberry silk embroidery had thrived in the southern region, elevating women's societal standing. A testament to the timeless adage that the economic foundation shaped the superstructure. Whoever possessed wealth wielded authority. As a result, when Qiao Xian and her servant entered the restaurant, neither the manager, nor the waitstaff, nor the other patrons found it unusual. The waiters extended warm welcomes and guided them to their seats with gracious smiles. Qiao Xian had initially desired a private room, but the restaurant, owing to its renowned reputation and breathtaking scenery in Yangzhou, had limited private accommodations, which had to be reserved well in advance. However, the second floor of the establishment resembled a partitioned booth, adorned with strategically placed potted plants that stood at approximately half the height of a person. These plants served to create a discreet barrier, and the design displayed meticulous attention to detail. Qiao Xian couldn't help but internally commend this southern venue. It seemed that even the restaurants in this region were far from frugal. With her maid in tow, Qiao Xian requested a booth near the window, affording them a broad and beautiful view that evoked a sense of relaxation and contentment. This restaurant specialized in fresh and exquisite southern cuisine, with a particular focus on local dishes from Yangzhou. Upon hearing the waiter's proud and enthusiastic recommendations, Qiao Xian ordered 3 servings of duck, rouge geese, steamed knife fish, 3 portions of shrimp tofu, large cooked dried shredded rice, along with a selection of special dishes. She also decided to try the waiter's suggestion of the small, 3 fresh wonton. As Qiao Xian and her companions settled into their seats, they noticed several scattered groups of diners across the dining floor. Maintaining a lower volume, they engaged in light conversation. However, their tranquility was disrupted when a loud, banging noise emanated from the vicinity of the potted plants. A young man expressed his anger vociferously, exclaiming, "I simply cannot accept this. We are all gentlemen. How can we endure such favoritism? Startled, Qiao Xian and her companions, along with other patrons at nearby tables, turned their attention towards the commotion. The two other individuals at the young man's table quickly attempted to hush him, advising, "Brother Zhao, please lower your voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 12:23, Brothers. Yes, we're well aware of your past experiences with bullying. Please, take your time, Qiao Xian reassured the individual. Qiao Xian had been present on behalf of the Zhao family, and upon hearing the name Zhao, her attention peaked, though she knew it wasn't the Zhao family she was meant to focus on. Young Master Zhao lowered his voice, but his anger remained palpable as he spoke. "Brother Li, Brother Zheng, it's quite unusual that you don't resent me and instead choose to stand by my side. Unlike those who constantly seek favor from others. Just wait and watch. The family business will ultimately be mine, sooner or later." Oomph. Brother Li and Brother Zheng humbly offered their consolation, with one of them sighing, "I sympathize with Brother Zhao's situation. As the eldest son, you should rightfully be in charge of the family business. Why do your parents hold your brother in such high regard? He's already a mid-level manager in such a large workshop, while after several years of training, you're left managing just 2 small restaurants that require little involvement. I genuinely can't fathom what your father is thinking." In an outburst of frustration, Brother Zhao slammed his hand on the table again and exclaimed, "That conniving scoundrel! He's the craftiest of them all. He constantly flatters me in front of our parents, tattling on me. Am I not allowed to make a single mistake? Isn't it normal to need guidance?" "Absolutely. You're right. Nobody's perfect. We all require guidance." "Exactly. That's how we grow." While Brother Li and Brother Zhang attempted to console Qiao Xian, their words seemed to be stoking Brother Zhao's fiery emotions. He continued with a string of curses and sneers. "That wicked bastard thinks he can take everything for himself and inherit the family business? He's delusional. Let's not forget, there's a legitimate son out there roaming around. He may not be promising, but he's the rightful heir. Just wait and see. When he returns, it will be quite a spectacle." Taken aback, Qiao Xian exchanged glances with Li Xia and Li Qiu, refraining from further comments. Could it be that they were fortunate enough to encounter Zhao Shu's brother? Was this referring to the concubine's eldest son? According to the information they had gathered, Zhao Yi and Zhao Zhai were both considered of intermediate intelligence, with Zhao Yi being perceived as the more intelligent and capable of the two. Additionally, he had the favor of Zhao Mu and Ms. Qin. However, they hadn't anticipated that the relationship between the two brothers was so strained. If this was indeed the case, it might simplify matters significantly. Before long, the dishes arrived, each one as visually appealing as it was delectable. Yet, Qiao Xian's thoughts had shifted away from a meal. She was now eating absent-mindedly, her attention focused on the conversation at the adjacent table. The more she overheard, the more certain she became that this fiery-tempered brother was indeed Miss Qin's son. Fortune seemed to be on her side. Zhao Zhai had been nursing a long-standing depression and had consumed enough alcohol to impair his judgment. This wasn't the first time he had exchanged heated words with his brother in the company of friends, so he spoke without restraint, displaying remarkable skill in venting his frustrations. When they departed, having had their fill of alcohol, Qiao Xian left in the company of Li Xia and Li Qiu. Upon their return to the lodging, Xiao Yinduan had yet to arrive. Qiao Xian took a soothing bath and freshened up, then advised Li Xia and Li Qiu to take a well-deserved rest while she awaited Xiao Yinduan's return. In the meantime, her thoughts continued to dwell on the Zhao family. The amenities at their disposal included readily available hot water and a variety of services, making things incredibly convenient, eliminating any need to burden the two girls with unnecessary chores. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1224, The Zhao Family. When Xiao Yunduan returned home, it was already late into the night. Despite appearing to have indulged in alcohol, he hadn't crossed the threshold into inebriation. With a warm smile, he greeted her, tenderly embracing and kissing her. Xiao Xian had initially planned to share the encounter with Zhao Zhai, but she ultimately decided against it. Summoning the hostel's waiter, they requested some hot water for a quick wash before retiring to bed. The next morning, Xiao Xian was pleasantly surprised to find Xiao Yunduan beside her. She beamed and remarked, "I thought you had business to attend to." Xiao Yunduan chuckled and held her close. "No urgent matters, my love. We've just arrived, so we can afford a few days of respite." The prefect of Yangzhou would easily arrange assistance for their task, making it hassle-free. Moreover, the crown prince was well aware that this journey wasn't solely about collecting books, so there was no cause for concern. Xiao Xian agreed wholeheartedly. The geographical distance between them allowed them the luxury of time. She felt resolute about severing ties with the Zhao family as swiftly as possible. Xiao Xian recounted the previous day's encounter with Zhao Zhai to Xiao Yunduan. He smiled reassuringly. "My dear, consider it a stroke of luck. I'm confident our mission will proceed smoothly. Those parents couldn't have raised any decent sons, and once Xiao Shu is out of the picture, those two brothers won't have a leg to stand on." Xiao Xian's smile mirrored his confidence. "That's great news for us." During lunchtime, Sun Qian and Sun Bai returned home, accompanied by Uncle Qing. Aware of their presence in Yangzhou, Uncle Qing had journeyed from Hangzhou to welcome them and offer his assistance. Uncle Qing possessed a wealth of knowledge about the Zhao family and had established his own network in Yangzhou, making him a valuable asset in their endeavor. Xiao Xian inquired about the state of affairs in Hangzhou and received a positive report. Pleased with the news, she extended an invitation to Uncle Qing to stay. According to Sun Qian's information, Zhao Mu had experienced substantial business success in recent years, accumulating considerable wealth and on course to become the wealthiest individual in Yangzhou. Zhao Shu had been absent from Yangzhou for an extended period, during which Ms. Qin, who now managed the Zhao family, had replaced most of the household staff. Ms. Qin had firmly instructed that no one in the mansion was permitted to discuss young master, and they were to be promptly sold off if discovered. Consequently, many within the Zhao family were oblivious to the existence of a young master. Their perception of the third young master was that of an eccentric, ignorant, unattractive, and frail individual who had been idle for years. They were uncertain of his return, speculating that perhaps he had encountered misfortune preventing his return. Zhao Mu displayed no concern for Zhao Shu's situation, remaining indifferent to his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhai and Zhao Yi harbored aspirations to claim a significant share of the family's business. Zhao Zhai's fortune took a downturn, as he failed to produce a legitimate heir. Although he had one son and one daughter, they were both born of concubines and faced health challenges. His son had physical disabilities with uneven legs, while his daughter exhibited slower cognitive abilities and developmental delays. In short, Zhao Zhai found himself in an unfavorable position, compounded by Ms. Qin's clear disapproval of him. 2 years prior, Zhao Yi married Ms. Zhou, who had given birth to a robust son just last year. The infant was fair, plump, and utterly endearing, earning the affections of both Ms. Qin and Zhao Mu. Ms. Qin, in particular, cherished her grandson deeply and held a strong fondness for Zhao Yi. Furthermore, Zhao Yi surpassed Zhao Zhai in intelligence, and the latter had endured severe mistreatment from his brother, especially in the past 2 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1225, Show. Zhao Shu was absent from home as he was paying his respects to his deceased mother, with the possibility of returning at any moment. The two brothers were well aware that they needed to secure control over the family's core assets before Zhao Shu's return, in accordance with Ms. Qin's intentions. However, the competition for heirship was intense, as everyone harbored aspirations for the position. It appeared that Zhao Yi had the upper hand in this power struggle. In order to counter Zhao Shu, Ms. Qin was bound to support Zhao Yi, indicating her abandonment of Zhao Zhai's claim. It was hardly surprising that this situation had left Zhao Zhai brimming with anger and grievances. Upon hearing about these developments, Uncle Qing experienced a mix of delight and frustration. Yet, Zhao Zhai and his brother were at each other's throats, which in a way seemed justifiable. What vexed them was the absurdity of two concubine-born sons fighting over the Zhao family's assets while the rightful heir, their young master, was sidelined. Uncle Qing, however, felt fortunate for encountering Officer Xiao and Madame Xiao, who had inquired about the contract for the 100,000 Mu mulberry fields. It went without saying that the old master would exercise caution when it came to allowing his young master to leave home during a period of filial piety. Meanwhile, Ms. Qin and her son would undoubtedly be eager to secure control over the 100,000 Mu mulberry fields. This situation had the potential to become quite troublesome. Their young master might be compelled to withdraw, given his disadvantaged position in the face of his father's authority. Few would believe him except for Zhao Mu. The fact that Madame Xiao had obtained the contract was indeed a cause for celebration. Uncle Qing couldn't wait to witness the unfolding drama. Officer, Madame Xiao, when do you plan to inform the Zhao family about the mulberry fields? Rest assured, Madame Xiao, I've already spoken with the managers responsible for the mulberry fields, and we will continue to carry out our duties diligently. Xiao Xian beamed at Xiao Yunduan. Sweetheart, there's nothing to worry about. You can focus on your work, and I'll head to the mulberry field tomorrow, all right? Her anticipation was reaching its peak. Xiao Yunduan grinned and agreed. I'm afraid tomorrow might be a bit too soon. Perhaps the day after tomorrow would be better. You can have Sun Bai and Sun Qian accompany you, along with Uncle Qing, Li Qiu, and Li Xia. Sun Bai and Sun Qian, you and Uncle Qing can even hire a few more hands to join you. A man wealthy enough to acquire 100,000 mu of mulberry fields all at once was bound to put on quite a spectacle. She was determined not to be outdone. She aimed to make the Zhao family realize that crossing her would be a grave mistake. That, she believed, was the most effective way to deal with people of their ilk. Xiao Xian nodded appreciatively and quipped, "Sweetheart, you're so considerate. Should I also pick up some new outfits for Li Xia and Li Qiu? Something extravagant, perhaps? Oh, and a set of eye-catching jewelry, too." Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but chuckle, agreeing, "Absolutely." Sun Qian and Uncle Qing proved highly efficient. They recruited over 10 young individuals clad in matching bamboo green attire, exuding an imposing and fierce presence. Li Xia and Li Qiu procured 2 sets of exquisite silk dresses for Xiao Xian. One was a rose-red ensemble adorned with intricate butterfly motifs, while the other featured violet hues embellished with broken branches and chrysanthemums. Both sets of clothing were intricately embroidered with gold and silver threads, featuring skillfully placed pearls that glistened brilliantly in the sunlight. Paired with a pleated skirt made from silver silk and snow satin, valued at hundreds of taels of silver, the overall effect was exceptionally opulent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1226. Prepared. They hesitated to make the decision, but ultimately, Xiao Yunduan accompanied Xiao Xian to purchase the ornaments. The entire set of ruby and sapphire jewelry came at a hefty price of 80,000 liang. In addition to that, she acquired several other ornate pieces worth over 5,000 liang. The selection ranged from an array of brocades, satins, silk garments, to various exquisite ornaments. Money seemed to have no limit when it came to satisfying one's desires. Even Xiao Xian, who had limited interest in such things, couldn't resist making some purchases. With everything in place, there was only one thing left to do. The next day, Li Xia and Li Qiu assisted Xiao Xian in getting ready. The transformation left them both stunned, as she radiated an aura of elegance and nobility. "Fifth Madam, you look absolutely stunning. Why the solemn expression? You're positively regal. Yeah, you look incredibly chic. That's the epitome of elegance." The absence of mirrors in the hotel limited Qiao Xian's view, allowing her only to catch glimpses of her makeup and upper body. The dimly lit mirror didn't do justice to her appearance. Nevertheless, Qiao Xian couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy, adorned in vibrant brocade and an abundance of pearls. She was truly a sight to behold. Li Xiao chimed in, "Fifth, Mrs. Yuezhong, you look splendid like this. We should dress you like this all the time." Qiao Xian almost stumbled, torn between laughter and tears. "Let's not overdo it. It's not very practical to dress like this." This attire was more suitable for formal occasions. All three maids shared a hearty laugh. With everything prepared, Uncle Qing and son by letter, accompanied by more than 10 servants. Xiao Yinduan, being a court official, couldn't openly participate in business matters today, so he wouldn't be joining them. He had initially planned to see her off, but a request from the prefectural office required his immediate presence. Before he departed, he offered Qiao Xian a word of caution, which added to her nervousness. However, upon observing the presence of Uncle Qing and Sun Bai, Qiao Xian felt assured of her safety. For opulent carriages set out toward the expansive 100,000 mu mulberry fields situated outside the city. This vast expanse of mulberry fields was no small domain. There were accompanying farms where both farmers and tenants resided, along with several overseers. Uncle Qing had arrived with his trusted team of managers. Although this visit was primarily ceremonial, Qiao Xian and her entourage made their entrance into the farm with an air of pride, attracting the curiosity of onlookers. "What's happening here? Who are these people? It's rather unusual, isn't it? Could young master be back?" That might be the case. Whispers filled the air as people conversed among themselves, with some bold individuals even following to witness the spectacle. A few individuals concealed their true intentions as they joined the procession. When Uncle Qing descended from the fourth carriage, gasps of recognition resounded through the crowd. "Uncle Qing! It's Uncle Qing! So, it's the return of the young master, then?" Indeed, everyone was well aware of Uncle Qing's close association with Madame Zheng. Following Madame Zheng's passing, Uncle Qing and his wife remained devoted servants to the third young master. Years had passed since they last saw the third young master, and considering the deep friendship between Madame Zheng and the third young master, his arrival typically warranted joyful celebrations. However, this time, there were only exchanged glances laden with complexity, and nobody dared to display their happiness openly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1227. Who is that? The sprawling 100,000 mu mulberry fields appeared to be slipping from the grasp of third young master. Old master and second young master had frequented the area over the years, with second young master taking charge of the fields for the past 2 years. Rumors had circulated that second young master intended to sever ties with the tenants and farmers. Panic simmered beneath the surface, but there was little they could do. It was clear to all that second young master shared the same intentions as old master. Old master held a disdain for those who toiled for the Zheng family and desired to select their own workforce. All eyes were fixated on the first approaching wagon, presuming it carried young master Zhao Shu. However, the wagon unveiled an unexpected sight. 2 exquisite maids emerged, followed by a handsomely dressed and charming young lady. And then there was no one else. A collective shock rippled through the onlookers. Who could she be? I have no clue. Young master's wife. Impossible. I've never heard of him being married. Uncle Qing was so startled that he stumbled, shooting a stern look at the assembly before proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Madame Xiao. Please refrain from idle chatter. Assemble your families, neighbors, and managers at the Abbey immediately. I have crucial news to share." This concerns everyone, so don't delay any further. The announcement sent a wave of excitement through the crowd, prompting conversations to erupt. If it weren't for Sun Qian, Sun Bai, and several others known for their imposing stature and serious demeanor, they might have encircled Uncle Qing in their eagerness. After uttering those words, Uncle Qing paid no heed to anyone else and proceeded to follow Qiao Xian and her maid into the abbey. In a calculated move, the abbey's overseers, who had been discreetly contacted by Uncle Qing, feigned surprise and hurried to join the gathering. One by one, a multitude of individuals assembled in the courtyard, with more streaming in from outside. Among the tenants, a shrewd few had already surmised the situation upon witnessing Uncle Qing's discontented escort of the young lady. Though it seemed implausible, there was no other explanation. If that was indeed the case, then this development had direct relevance to them, compelling their swift attendance. In due course, the entire assembly had convened. Only then did Uncle Qing emerge from the room, taking his place beneath the eaves of the lofty steps. "Quiet, all of you!" The murmurs subsided, and anxious gazes fixated on Uncle Qing. Over a dozen supervisors and managers stood behind him, their expressions inscrutable. "Ladies and gentlemen," Uncle Qing declared loudly, "the mulberry orchard has been acquired by Madame Xiao, and it now belongs to her. It is no longer associated with the Zheng family. Please remain composed." Uncle Qing gestured with his hands, compelling everyone to settle down. "Listen to me. We have negotiated with Madame Xiao. The farmers and tenants will remain unaffected, and the management team will continue as is. Dedicate your efforts to Madame Xiao, and rest assured, as long as there are no ulterior motives, you need not worry. I can personally vouch for it. Can you place your trust in me?" At this moment, a faint sense of reassurance washed over the crowd. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1228. New Owner. "We have faith in you, Uncle Qing. Your trust means the world to us." "Yes, I share that belief. We're committed to putting in our best efforts. Please, I implore you not to cast me aside. Without this place, it'll have nowhere to go. I hope Madame Xiao possesses the same compassion as Madame Zheng. But will Uncle Qing still have control over the mulberry garden? Can his assurances be trusted?" "Agreed. Yes, I share those concerns." Their conversations continued, with growing unease among them. Placing their trust in a young madam they had never met before was a daunting prospect. Some discreetly slipped away from the gathering, quickly departing. Uncle Qing raised his voice after saying what he needed to. "Everyone, please be quiet. Madame Xiao has something important to convey. Please be quiet." She was their new proprietor. Almost instantly, a hush fell over the entire courtyard. Qiao Xian emerged from the room with assistance from Li Xia and Li Qiu. Sun Qian and Sun Bai followed closely behind. The remaining 10 or so attendants stood in formation on both sides of the corridor. The managers respectfully bowed and withdrew, their nerves palpable as they turned their attention to Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian stood her ground and cast a glance at the assembled crowd. She declared, "Uncle Qing has already made it clear. From today onward, I am your new mistress. Just as he assured you, nothing will change in the mulberry garden, and operations will proceed as usual. Carry on with your work, and there will be no disruptions. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will maintain the name of Zheng's mulberry garden unchanged. The treatment for everyone will remain consistent. Furthermore, every year during Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn, and New Year, each of you will receive 2 sets of cotton cloth, 5 kilograms of premium flour, 20 eggs, and 1 liang of silver. Manager Zheng, Manager Lin, please record this. This will be our annual tradition moving forward. When you receive these items, you will need to sign with your fingerprint in the ledger well maintained for this purpose. These provisions are for everyone, and anyone attempting to amass wealth at the expense of others will be promptly dismissed. Manager Zheng and Manager Lin, being the top 2 leaders of the mulberry garden, smiled, and nodded in agreement. They had already conferred with Uncle Qing in secret, so their sentiments differed from the rest. However, they had not anticipated Madame Xiao's generous offer. But the impact was remarkably positive. The farmers and tenants, who had been harboring anxiety, erupted in joyful cheers as though they were celebrating a festival. Madame Xiao harbored no concerns. Madame Xiao, is this for real? Goodness gracious, we're not just farmers, we're shareholders too. Madame Xiao, we're shareholders too. And what about the children and elderly? Do they receive the same? Yes, can the children also benefit? Xiao Xin beamed. Please calm down. Everyone is included. The elderly, children, and tenants all will receive the same. Rest assured, this will commence this very year and continue annually. That's fantastic. Yes, that's absolutely wonderful. Madame Xiao is such a nice person. Everyone cheered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1229, Benevolence. Xiao Xian smiled, her demeanor calm and composed, as she addressed the gathering. All right, that's all for now. Go back to your homes and attend to your duties. Just remember that, from this moment onward, I am your master. The mulberry garden is no longer associated with the Zheng family or the Zhao family. She continued, if there's anyone among you who wishes to remain loyal to the previous owner, you are free to leave. I won't stand in your way. The terms of your tenancy are clear. If the old owner wishes to reclaim you, they can do so at the original price. I won't create any obstacles. But if you choose to stay, you must acknowledge me as your master. If I discover any treachery or hidden agendas, I won't be lenient. Betraying one's master is an irreversible path, and I hope all of you will conduct yourselves accordingly. Now, you may depart. Her words left everyone in the audience taken aback. They retreated quietly, no longer causing the commotion they had earlier. It was evident that their new master had a stern disposition and was not to be underestimated. Honesty seemed to be the best policy. After all, for those willing to work diligently, there were annual bonuses to look forward to, a pleasant surprise indeed. Nobody was foolish enough to walk away from such treatment. Once the tenants were reassured, Xiao Xian turned her attention to the estate's managers. She instructed the household staff to have them wait in the wing room, intending to meet with each of them individually. The first on her list was Manager Zheng, and Uncle Qing accompanied them. Xiao Xian held the contract in her hands, aware that she needed to deal with the local power broker tactfully. Zhao Mu had firmly convinced himself that the 100,000 Mu mulberry garden was within his grasp. He was determined not to relinquish it easily, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous tactics. In his mind, he couldn't afford to be seen as inferior to Madame Xiao, a newcomer to Yangzhou. Admitting such a status would subject him to ridicule from the local populace, a humiliation he couldn't tolerate any longer. Furthermore, the financial prospects were too enticing to ignore. With an annual income of more than 1 million liang, after accounting for expenses, there would still be a substantial profit, around 700,000 liang annually. No one in their right mind would reject such a substantial fortune. However, touching Xiao Xian would only invite her to retaliate in kind. As the saying goes, civilians should not engage with officials. While Zhao Mu might command respect and awe, he was still a civilian in Yangzhou. On the other hand, Xiao Yinduan held an influential position in the capital and was the crown prince's favorite. Ignorantly crossing paths with him would surely lead to Zhao Mu's demise. Xiao Xian, well aware of the potential dangers, remained vigilant, concerned that Zhao Mu might react angrily and attempt to sabotage the mulberry garden. Butler Zheng was in high spirits as he conversed with them. His mood lifted considerably. He was no longer as anxious as before, as he believed that kindness and the Zheng family's virtuous history would bring them blessings. Their ancestors seemed to be watching over young Master Yuezheng, allowing him to turn adversity into prosperity. As Xiao Xian continued to meet with about half of the managers, Zhao Mu, Zhao Zhai, and Zhao Yi finally made their entrance, accompanied by 30 page boys and servants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1230, Driven Away. A group of individuals hurriedly entered the scene. They proceeded directly to the main room. Zhao Zhai fixed a stern gaze on Sun Qian and Sun Bai, who stood in the corridor, and exclaimed loudly, "Who are you? What brings you to our mulberry garden? Leave immediately." Xiao Xian, startled by the loud and aggressive voice, glanced at the manager who was giving her a report. His anxiety was palpable. They were all aware that the old master, eldest young master, and second young master had likely engaged in some dubious activities within the mulberry garden, and news of their presence would surely reach others. A confrontation was inevitable. Xiao Xian pondered whether Madame Xiao would be able to handle the situation. Xiao Xian sneered and shook her head dismissively. She paid no heed to the commotion outside. Indifference was mirrored by Li Xia and Li Qiu. Zhao Yi, with a sardonic smile, raised his voice. "This is the Zhao family's mulberry garden. Kindly depart now, or we'll have to involve the authorities." It was clear to anyone with common sense that the Zhao family held considerable wealth in Yangzhou and maintained close ties with local officials, possibly even enjoying special privileges with the magistrate. While Zhao Yi's words appeared polite on the surface, they carried a far more potent and intimidating message than Zhao Zhai's loud outburst. Xiao Xian couldn't help but think that perhaps this was why her irritable brother struggled to secure a prominent position within the family, resorting instead to dubious companions for solace and complaints. Xiao Xian delicately lifted the teacup and savored a sip of her tea, her smile betraying her keen interest in the unfolding events. "How dare you? It seems you prefer the hard way." Zhao Zhai's voice seethed with anger as he made a move to storm into the room with his entourage. But he was abruptly halted in his tracks. Sun Qian and Sun Bai assigned 2 men to guard the doorway while leading the others forward, effectively blocking their path. Sun Qian spoke assertively. "Who let this unruly guest in? Show yourself out." Zhao Zhai's eyes widened in disbelief, stunned by the rudeness of the words. His fury reached a boiling point, and he impulsively slapped Sun Bai across the face. "You wretched scoundrel!" Sun Bai skillfully grabbed his hand, twisted it, and shoved him, causing Zhao Zhai to stagger backward and collide with 2 servants, sending all 3 tumbling to the ground. The sound of knuckles cracking filled the air as Sun Bai eyed them coldly and spoke with unwavering composure. "This is my master's domain. Even if you intended to pay a visit, didn't anyone teach you the courtesy of knocking and conveying your message? Have you no manners? I will give you until the count of 3 to leave, or I will personally escort you out, one by one." Zhao Mu's anger trembled in his voice as he retorted, "Absurd! This mulberry garden belongs to our family. When did it become your master's? Who is your master, and why is he hiding from us?" Sun Bai ignored his questions and continued sternly. 1. You're being unreasonable. 2. 3. Take action. Understood. Sun Qian and Sun Bai took the initiative. A dozen men surged forward, compelling the Zhao family members to retreat. The Zhao family servants, in contrast, couldn't match the agility displayed by Sun Bai and Sun Qian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1231, Sold. Sun Qian and Sun Bai alone proved formidable adversaries for the 30 servants of the Zhao family. As though swept away by an autumn breeze, the Zhao family, along with their masters and servants, were unceremoniously expelled from the premises, left writhing in discomfort outside the yard. Zhao Mu and his sons weren't spared from this humiliating ordeal. They too found themselves tumbling to the ground. "How dare they? This must be reported to the authorities. I'll ensure they face the consequences," exclaimed Zhao Mu, his flushed face reflecting his fury. Such humiliation had never before befallen him, and the presence of numerous tenants and farmers only exacerbated his disgrace. Zhao Zhai and Zhao Yi, equally incensed, extended their assistance to their father, all the while casting angry glares towards the yard. At this critical juncture, Uncle Qing hastily emerged from the yard, followed closely by Sun Bai. Uncle Qing respectfully addressed Zhao Mu and his sons. "Old master, what brings you here? I hurried over as soon as I heard the news, but I arrived too late." Zhao Mu and his sons fixed their steely gazes on Uncle Qing. "Zheng Qing, what is happening here? How did the mulberry garden change ownership? Where is Zhao Shu? Where is that disobedient son of mine?" Uncle Qing's tone remained composed as he replied, "Our young master has sold the mulberry garden to old Master Xiao and Madame Xiao. It now belongs to the Xiao family, with no ties to the Zheng family. I'm here with Madame Xiao for the official handover." "What did you just say? What? This cannot stand." Zhao Mu and his son were both left flabbergasted. "That ungrateful child! Ungrateful child!" Zhao Mu bellowed in anger. "He sold off this substantial mulberry garden without consulting me? He has no authority in this matter. Where is he? Fetch him immediately." Observing the mixture of anger and heartache etched across Zhao Mu's face, Uncle Qing couldn't hide his satisfaction at the brothers' bewildered expressions. "Old master, young master, is currently on a journey, and it will be some time before he returns. He assures you not to worry. He will return when the time is right," Uncle Qing explained, attempting to placate Zhao Mu's rising ire. Zhao Mu was so infuriated that he felt his consciousness waver. He cared little for his wayward son. His primary concern was the mulberry garden. A sprawling expanse of 100,000 mu was worth millions of liang. How dare he make such a monumental decision without consultation? How dare he? Perhaps he's too ashamed to face his family. Inform him that if he doesn't return immediately, he's not welcome back. I disown a son like him. Tell him to come home this instant. Uncle Qing fell into an uneasy silence. Zhao Yi suppressed his anger and spoke icily. "Uncle Qing, you wouldn't want our younger brother to earn a reputation for squandering our father's wealth, would you? Something is amiss with a mulberry garden situation. It's only right for him to return home and provide a clear explanation. After all, he sold the mulberry garden for a significant sum, and it's not safe for him to remain outside. Who's to say he wants to come to greed?" Uncle Qing sneered. "Young master has his own intentions. There's no need for your concerns." Zhao Yi responded with a contemptuous glance at Uncle Qing, but refrained from further comment. Zhao Mu's voice dripped with menace as he declared, "Zheng Qing, if you fail to bring Zhao Shu back, be prepared for the consequences. I doubt you can protect him from the repercussions." Yet, the presence of Sun Bai weighed on Zhao Mu's mind, preventing him from coercing Uncle Qing to accompany him back to the Zhao family. He knew that in a confrontation, he was the weaker party, which would only magnify his humiliation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1232, Furious. They had not anticipated this turn of events, catching them off guard and resulting in significant losses. Knowing when to hold M and when to fold M was crucial, and there was still a long journey ahead. Zhao Mu sneered and departed with the Zhao family, leaving in their wake a cloud of uncertainty. Uncle Qing spat in their direction, a sinister grin on his face. He muttered, "Just wait and see." Inside the room, the household staff had gathered. Butler Zheng voiced his concerns. "Madame Xiao, old Master Zhao isn't likely to let this slide." The other managers nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Zhao family has deep roots in Yangzhou, and Old Master Zhao wields significant influence. Old Master Zhao and the magistrate have always been close. We must be vigilant against any underhanded moves or schemes from the Zhao family, especially second young Master Zhao. Qiao Xian's admiration for Madame Zheng grew even stronger. The unwavering loyalty of these individuals to the Zheng family, even after her passing, was truly remarkable. Don't fret. Zhao Mu won't be able to stage a comeback, regardless of his ties with the magistrate. Despite her knowledge of the man's background and connections, Qiao Xian confidently stated this. Her assurance put everyone at ease. That's reassuring. If Madame Xiao says so, we have faith in her judgment. Yes, Qiao Xian smiled. However, I don't trust Zhao Mu and his son's ethics. I fear they may resort to underhanded tactics. Everyone, please be diligent and arrange for tenants to work in shifts. Keep a watchful eye everywhere, day and night. Be cautious of unfamiliar faces and forbid strangers from entering the mulberry garden and the farm. Regardless, you must remain vigilant at all times and never let your guard down. In the event of such a situation, I will generously reward you. Her words stirred motivation among the group, and they all nodded in agreement. Even without the promise of a reward, they understood the importance of their vigilance. Any harm to the mulberry garden would jeopardize their livelihoods. Qiao Xian delegated the detailed responsibilities to Uncle Qing and Manager Zheng, entrusting them with the task. Without delay, she began spreading the news about the change in ownership of Ms. Zheng's mulberry garden. She emphasized that the silk might not be sold to Zhao Mu this year. Qiao Xian believed that once this information circulated in Yangzhou, Zhao Mu and his son would take action. Time was of the essence, and Qiao Xian couldn't afford to waste any more of it dealing with them. To maintain appearances, she rented a house and took the group to the mulberry garden. However, she secretly slipped out the back door with her men, leaving only 2 servants to stand guard. Within the mulberry garden, Sun Qian and his 7 followers remained, cautious of any potential schemes by the Zhao family. All was set, awaiting the Zhao family's inevitable move. As Qiao Xian's news rippled through the business community of Yangzhou, chaos ensued. Everyone's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Is this for real? However, upon further consideration, the absurdity of the situation made it clear that it couldn't possibly be a joke. This had to be the truth. Conversations of various kinds were buzzing throughout the city. Some eagerly anticipated watching Zhao Mu's impending humiliation, while others were keen on contacting Madame Xiao to secure silk purchases. Meanwhile, a few took the opportunity to ridicule Zhao Shu for his profligate ways. But, regardless of the specific motive, the majority were eagerly anticipating the upcoming spectacle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1233, Pain. That event marked the pinnacle of the Yangzhou business world, possibly claiming the top spot in the annual rankings. A vast expanse of 100,000 mu of mulberry fields translated into a fortune worth millions of liang, a staggering display of generosity. Wealth beyond measure. The sheer opulence of it all. Zhao Mu seethed with anger, as did Zhao Zhai, Zhao Yi, and even Ms. Qin herself. Their fury stemmed from the fact that these extensive mulberry fields were the property of the Zhao family, and the idea of selling them to anyone else felt wholly unjust. It was an affront they could no longer endure. In this moment, Ms. Qin's thoughts finally turned to silk. Ever since Madame Zheng's marriage to Zhao Mu, not a single tael of silver had been spent on purchasing silk. But starting this year, the era of free silk was coming to an end. It would now be bought with hard-earned money, a colossal expense. What competitive edge did Zhao Mu possess, then? In a mere 2 years, his title as the wealthiest individual in Yangzhou seemed destined to slip away. Unthinkable. Upon hearing her youngest son's words, Ms. Qin's reaction was nothing short of a shriek, as if she had been cut to the core. Impossible. How could he dare? A sprawling 100,000 mu of mulberry gardens, worth over 1 million liang. Ms. Qin could hardly catch her breath, so much wealth slipping away. Zhao Shu had no right, selling them all and absconding with the money. The mulberry gardens belonged to the Zhao family, not him. Why would he even think of selling them? You 2 brothers have nurtured them all these years while he did nothing. What did the old master say? We can't let this go easily. He has no authority over the mulberry gardens. Zhao Ye's voice carried a dark undertone as he muttered, Uncle Qing is here as well. He's got the contract, and Dad is powerless to intervene. We're just waiting for third brother to return home and hear his perspective on this. Ms. Qing inquired. Uncle Qing is here too? Why didn't you bring him back home? Your father is utterly bewildered. Zhao Yi hesitated, then faltered in his response. He felt a deep sense of shame, making it difficult to voice his reasons. It wasn't that he didn't want to retrieve Uncle Qing or confront him. He simply couldn't resort to force, and the situation had caught them off guard. Their lack of preparedness was deeply frustrating. Ms. Qing's countenance darkened, and she suddenly sneered. In my view, it might be better if that person never returns. His absence would make dealing with this matter much simpler. Zhao Yi was taken aback by this statement. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Ms. Qing's eyes as she continued. I suspect we've all been deceived by Uncle Qing. What? Zhao Yi was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend his mother's thoughts. Ms. Qing exuded confidence as she sneered again. The 100,000 mu of mulberry fields are our rightful property. No matter how disobedient that person may be, he couldn't have sold the properties so abruptly. I believe Uncle Qing must have conspired with outsiders to steal the mulberry garden deed from Old Master Xiao and Madame Xiao. Otherwise, when Uncle Qing appeared, that person would have vanished. Uncle Qing has always been close to that person. He must have committed some grave misdeeds and returned here secretly, fearing retribution from that bastard. He likely handed over the contract to someone outside the family and profited handsomely. When he absconds with the money, where will we find him? I'll be Rui's favorite. Zhao Yi pondered this for a moment. What do we do then? Ms. Qing replied with determination. It's simple. We report this to the authorities, have Uncle Qing and the Xiao couple arrested, and interrogate them. Zhao Ye's eyes were sparkling. He could not help but feel happy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1234. Trick. Fantastic. That was the way it had to be. The magistrate had a strong alliance with them. As long as this man was brought within 500 meters of the government office and interrogated individually, he could extract any confession he desired. Since Uncle Qing had stolen the contract, it was time to restore it to its rightful owner. Even better, the contract now rested securely in their hands, officially designating the mulberry garden as Ms. Zheng's. This would resolve her father's predicament. Zhao Yi could vividly picture the day when Zhao Shu returned and discovered that Ms. Zheng's mulberry garden had transformed into Ms. Zhao's. He would undoubtedly be infuriated. Zhao Yi bowed deeply to Ms. Qing. Mom, you're brilliant. That's a fantastic plan. I'll inform Dad immediately. Ms. Qing smiled with pride. Then go swiftly. We must act promptly to prevent them from growing too complacent. Understood, Mom. Zhao Yi rushed off to locate Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu was elated to hear the news. The more he contemplated it, the more convinced he became that it was the truth. No wonder that disobedient son was hesitant to sell off the family's negative karma. It's all because of those servants. Those lowly servants are all driven by greed. It's not surprising that they would resort to such actions. Dad, may I visit the government office personally? Zhao Mu pondered for a moment. This situation involved robbery and intimidation. They all knew that the Xiao family must have acquired 100,000 mulberry fields. As the head of the family, Zhao Mu couldn't directly handle such matters, so he had entrusted his junior to take care of it. He feigned ignorance about the unfolding situation. In case an actual crisis arose, she possessed the ability to turn the situation to her advantage. He nodded and instructed, take 3,000 liang with you. Rest assured, it will be well worth it. A few thousand liang could secure 100,000 mu of mulberry fields, resulting in profits exceeding 10,000. Excited, Zhao Yi eagerly set off. His first stop was to find a strategist named Yang. Strategist Yang had always maintained a favorable relationship with the Zhao family, often leveraging the family's resources to his advantage. However, when Zhao Yi disclosed the current predicament, strategist Yang's heart skipped a beat. Magistrates in Jiangnan were not known for their naivety, and their strategists were no exception. They possessed their own discerning judgments regarding what was feasible and what wasn't. Strategist Yang couldn't help but mutter curses at the Zhao family for their audacity and greed. Most critically, their plan lacked foresight. Who concocted such an ill-conceived scheme? 100,000 mulberry fields. It was an exorbitant acquisition that no ordinary family could manage. The Zhao family was undoubtedly behind this endeavor. While the Zhao family may have taken advantage of the landlord, they couldn't simply turn a blind eye to the situation. Arbitrary arrests could lead to disastrous consequences. What if they apprehended the wrong individuals? It would jeopardize Old Master's career. But 1,000 liang was a huge amount, and Zhao Yi even hinted that he would give Strategist Yang a huge amount of money, which made Strategist Yang feel quite motivated. He did not agree directly. Instead, he replied vaguely, "It depends on you, officer. You can make the decision." Zhao Yi was asked to leave temporarily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1235. Stupid. Zhao Yi was gripped by anxiety, yet he grasped the gravity of the situation at hand. Patience was his only recourse. The weight of parting with 1,000 liang without any return gnawed at him incessantly. Strategist Yang returned to the official, who responded with a sly, enigmatic grin, leaving Yang feeling bewildered and strangely unsettled. The official calmly remarked, "If the Zhao family truly harbors suspicions, we can forward the document to the government office. They, in turn, can dispatch someone to retrieve Zheng from the mulberry garden, and I shall personally oversee this investigation." Strategist Yang faltered. Why did he have the nagging feeling that he was missing something in the official's words? "Officer, please pardon my ignorance, but this case," he simply couldn't fathom the intricacies of this situation. The officer had already gleaned from Xiao Yunduan that Madame Xiao was the purchaser. However, Officer Xiao had urged him to maintain secrecy, a directive he intended to honor. The officer took satisfaction in his strategist's inquiries. He retorted with a sneer, "The Zhao family's internal affairs are their own concern. The buyer holds a valid contract, and the mulberry fields are now rightfully theirs. Is that not logical? The Zhao family should confront young Master Zhao to ascertain the truth. Yet they persist in accusing Zheng of theft. Is it not absurd? 100,000 mulberry fields. The monetary stakes are astronomical. The Zhao family is audacious to engage in such machinations." Strategist Yang's expression underwent a transformation. He had entertained such thoughts previously, but after hearing the officer's words, he found them increasingly dubious. It appeared that the officer's intent was to let them proceed unchecked, allowing them to pursue their hidden agenda. After some contemplation, Strategist Yang surmised that Madame Xiao and her spouse possessed formidable connections. The officer, he concluded, must be aware of this, but was unwilling to divulge the truth to him. As a strategist, he possessed a keen awareness of what he needed to know and what was better left undisclosed. He held no suspicions that the officer was concealing information from him. Respectfully, he acknowledged, "Certainly, officer, I understand." Strategist Yang promptly conveyed this to Zhao Yi. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi drafted the necessary document and entrusted it to Strategist Yang for delivery to the officer, scheduling the retrieval of Zheng from the mulberry garden the following morning to avoid any potential flight. With a mischievous grin, Strategist Yang artfully negotiated an additional 300 liang from Zhao Yi before acquiescing to the task. The Zhao family had no inkling of the caliber of opponents they were entangling with, nor did they comprehend the gravity of their forthcoming actions. Their opportunities for such profiteering would be exceedingly limited henceforth. Moreover, Second young master, Zhao's miserly demeanor was evident in the mere 1,000 liang he had offered, despite orchestrating a scheme that could yield millions in return. His stinginess justified the unscrupulous tactics employed in pursuit of maximum gains. Strategist Yang delivered the document to the officer, who received it with a smile and issued instructions for Zheng Qing's retrieval from the mulberry garden the next day. Zhao Yu remained keenly attentive to these developments, embracing the news as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. He boasted of his accomplishments to both Ms. Qin and Zhao Mu, emphasizing his remarkable prowess. Zhao Mu, in turn, felt a deep sense of pride and extolled Zhao Yi's abilities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1236, Infight. Ms. Qin's face lit up with joy. Once we secure the mulberry garden, we can finally bring that rascal home. He's holding on to a substantial amount of money, and we can't allow him to keep it without compensation. It rightfully belongs to us. Zhao Yi fully supported his mother's sentiments, seeing nothing amiss in her words. He nodded in agreement. The thought of the fortune in Zhao Shu's possession troubled Ms. Qin deeply. Mother is absolutely right. We must bring him back. Zhao Yu was determined not to let him exploit their situation. The entire family shared in this sweet dream. The next day, they couldn't openly visit the mulberry garden to observe the situation, so they dispatched trusted servants to discreetly keep an eye on things. When Uncle Qing was taken into custody by the authorities, he appeared remarkably composed and cooperative. Instead of being forcibly apprehended, he willingly entered the carriage. Zhao Yi and Ms. Qin couldn't help but feel disappointed upon hearing this news. In their imagination, Uncle Qing should have been escorted out of the mansion by guards. Why are they treating him so courteously? It's astonishing. Money certainly changes everything. He must have spent a considerable sum on his treatment, Ms. Qin remarked, drawing her conclusions. After a brief discussion, Zhao Mu and his son found themselves in agreement. Zhao Zhai sneered and directed his words at Zhao Yi. You're trying to save face too, aren't you? You told strategist Yang yesterday that no amount of money is enough for Zheng Qing. Zhao Yi smiled confidently. Our victory hinges on delivering them to the authorities. The rest doesn't matter. We can demonstrate our generosity once they're in government custody. Zhao Zhai couldn't hide his frustration, feeling his irritation surge. This rascal was always so composed and self-assured, and he had a justification for everything he did. It was infuriating. Each time he attempted to undermine him, it seemed like he was the one getting torn apart. When he was feeling so annoyed, his parents nodded in agreement. Yi is right. That is true. Zhao Yi said, Actually, I don't know anything. It is my parents who tell me about this. They taught me well. He was so modest. Zhao Zhai took a deep breath and sneered. But only Zheng Qing was taken away from the governmental office, not the Xiao family. Madame Xiao and even the servants from the Xiao family were not taken away. Are you sure that you and strategist Yang have explained everything clearly? Ms. Qin could not stand that anymore. She frowned. What do you mean, Zhai? Your brother has been working so hard to get the deal done, and you think he is not satisfied? You are picking on him on purpose, aren't you? Zhao Yi added, Mom, that is not what I meant. Don't misunderstand me. Zhao Zhai cannot stand that anymore. He got up and glared at Ms. Qin. Yes, he is good at everything, and I am not good at anything. What is he trying to do? I can do these things too. Did you let me do them? He gets to do all the good things, pushes all the trouble to me, and lectures me for being stupid and unreliable. You could just drive me out of the family if you don't like me. Now you're satisfied, aren't you? What are you talking about? Ms. Qin shivered in anger. Zhao Yi added, Brother, stop it. Mom will be so sad if you do that. Apologize to Mom. Shut up, you two-faced double-dealing. Zhao Zhai cannot stand that anymore. He pointed at Zhao Yi and cursed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1237, Learning. Zhao Yi looked so aggrieved. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He became even more aggrieved, which made people feel even more distressed. Zhao Zhai got even more annoyed seeing him like this. He sneered. What are you looking like this for? People might think that I have done something to you. You have learned a lot from Mom. It is no wonder Mom loves you so much. Zhao Yi felt so embarrassed. He could not stand that anymore. Miss Qin got stabbed and snapped. Just shut up. You're just talking nonsense. Zhao Zhai flushed too. He knew that he had said something wrong, and he felt guilty. But he was not going to apologize. He was not going to do that. But he did not dare to stay any longer. And he cursed as he left. Miss Qin got so angry that her eyes turned red. What is wrong with him? How did he become like this? Zhao Yi forced a smile. Mom, he did not do that on purpose. Don't take it to heart. Ms. Qin snorted and felt even more disgusted by her eldest son. Zhao Mu frowned and could not help but look at Ms. Qin, thinking. Ms. Qin panicked and subconsciously tried to suck up to him. But on second thought, she realized that she was the only one with a son, and her son even had grandchildren. So what if she was not the official wife? She was not in charge, and she had not the say in everything. She was not like before. She should stand up straight and be on equal footing with Old Master. She did not need to suck up to him. Old Master, do you think we will be promoted to the next level today? We should be able to make a decision soon, right? Ms. Qin changed the topic directly. Zhao Mu was absent-minded, as if he had not heard that. Ms. Qin called him Old Master a few times before he realized what was going on. Hearing Ms. Qin's words, Zhao Mu waved his hands in irritation. The governmental office has their own conclusion, and the officer knows what to do. We will just wait and see. For some reason, Zhao Mu felt a bit uncertain. He had a hunch that he had made the wrong move. Would his plan really work? They seemed to have a sure bet, a shoe-in. But one thing was missing, the other party's background. Their rival could afford to buy 100,000 mu of mulberry fields, and they did not care about his identity as the richest man in Yangzhou. They must have something up their sleeves if they dared to attack the Zhao family like this. But he was so furious the day before. He had never been humiliated like this before, and he could not stand that anymore. His son Zhao Yu was too fast, and before he could calm himself down, he had already gone to strategist Yang at the governmental office and confirmed the whole thing. So he had no choice but stopped saying anything more. Otherwise, he would be so humiliated when he made the complaint at the governmental office. Also, Madame Xiao was so annoying. She came to the Zhao family as soon as she arrived at Yangzhou, and she did not even care about the Zhao family's reputation. He needed to have a long-term reputation here in Yangzhou, all right? She was going to cause him so much trouble, but he was going to let her know that the Zhao family was not to be trifled with, and he was not going to be humiliated by anyone. He felt that his son was right. What they had thought of so far was the best solution. It was a warning, a first-step thing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:38 Intuition. As long as he watched closely, he believed that things would go out of control. Maybe he could really take over the 100,000 mulberry gardens. 100,000 mu. That was a mulberry garden worth millions of liang a year. Zhao Mu could not help but feel motivated. Zhao Mu thought for a while and decided to take the initiative. They might as well take a risk on it. He soon picked a few precious antiques worth more than 100,000 liang from the shared accounts and went to the governmental office to visit the officer. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mu failed to meet the officer this time. He waited in the back hall for a long while, but one manager from the mansion of the prefectural magistrate came. The manager was very friendly and showed a smile, saying that the officer had been busy with work and was not free these days. He asked him to return after a few days. Zhao Mu had a very bad feeling in his heart, and he felt very uneasy. He was able to expand his business to this extent because he was not an idiot. He must be a capable and smart person after all. A smart person's intuition was always very sharp. Like now, Zhao Mu smiled and said that officer's work was more important and he would be here in a couple of days. Then he pretended to ask about the case of the Zhao family's traitorous slave Zheng, when would the trial start? He wondered if he could get someone to pass on the message to him. It would be so annoying if he was not punished badly. The manager did not say anything more. He just smiled, indicating that he had no idea what was going on. Zhao Mu's heart sank. He had a bad feeling about this, but he could not ask any more. They had no choice but to leave. He needed to have a good discussion with his two sons. If the plan failed, someone needed to take the blame, and they needed to be prepared for this. Zhao Mu did not hesitate. He decided to push his eldest son, Zhao Zhai, to take the responsibilities. He was going to talk about this with his second son, and then he was going to tell his eldest son about this. Zhao Mu had never thought about whether his eldest son would be willing to do so. He was a father, and he had the right to do so. How would he turn it down? He was not going to be a bad son either. Unexpectedly, when Zhao Mu hurried back to the mansion and returned to the study, he ordered someone to fetch Zhao Yi. The page boy returned and reported, "Old master, second young master is not at the mansion." Zhao Mu frowned and looked displeased. He is not at the mansion? He has no priorities. Where else can he go? Get someone to find him. Yes, old master. The page boy got startled. He had no idea why old master would be so angry about such a small thing. Soon the page boy returned. Old master, the gatekeeper said that someone from the magistrate's office came and asked second young master to join them. What? Zhao Mu got startled and snapped. Why didn't you say so earlier? What are you standing there for? Get the housekeeper here. And young master, go now. The page boy panicked and almost got weak in the knees. He staggered and went to find someone. Zhao Mu said to the housekeeper seriously, "Go to the governmental office and find out why they asked second young master to join them. If there is any news, report it to me now." The housekeeper was at a loss, but he could tell that his master was really anxious. So he nodded and hurried away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1239, Trial. Zhao Mu had been waiting for Zhao Zhai to arrive home. He interrogated Zhao Zhai and found out that Zhao Zai had gone somewhere else. He had already sent some men to look for him, but they would not be able to find him anytime soon. Zhao Mu got furious. This unfilial son, he is getting more and more unruly. Hurry up and find him. Send more people to find him and bring him back. Zhao Mu, who had been feeling a bit guilty about pushing his elder son to take the blame, suddenly felt less guilty. He felt that it was totally reasonable. That son of his was not motivated at all. What had he done to the family? Apart from this, what else could he do? At the governmental office, not long after Uncle Qing was taken back, the officer put up the notice, ready to be promoted to the court for public interrogation. When the trial started at the governmental office, many people came to watch the show. In this case, the plaintiffs and the defendants had to be present. So they sent someone to deliver the paper to Zhao Yi at the Zhao mansion. Zhao Yi was very confident that his family would win the lawsuit, but he did not want to go to the governmental office to confront Uncle Qing personally. It was not a good place for innocent people to visit the governmental hall. Zhao Yi asked his manager to make a trip there, but the constable was very polite and he was also very unyielding. He did not make an exception at all. They insisted that it was the officer's order. The officer asked second young master Zhao to go there. So should second young master Zhao leave on his own or be asked to leave by him instead? Zhao Yu was a little angry. He was cursing the constable inwardly. So stupid people. How dare he talk to him like this? He was going to find out who this constable was from Strategist Yang. If he did not kneel down and kowtow, he would not be the beloved son of the richest man in Yangzhou. He was just a constable, and he had no idea what he was up to. But he was a public servant, and Zhao Yi had no choice but to cooperate. Otherwise, if he turned him down, he might be taken away by force. That would be so embarrassing. Zhao Yi came to the hall and glared at Uncle Qing, sneering proudly. Uncle Qing lowered his eyes, sneering as well. This young master simply had no idea that he was going to be in trouble. True, Ms. Qing was a low-class person, and the children she gave birth to and raised could not be that smart at all. They only knew how to play tricks. Soon it was time for the case trial. Zhao Yi did not want to kneel down, but the prefect had no intention of letting him do so. He did not dare to ask for anything in public, so he had to kneel down accordingly. He just consoled herself inwardly. Officer was just putting on a show. He was just putting on a show so that he would not be blamed for being biased. Officer, you were so considerate, but gradually, Zhao Yi felt that something was wrong. When the officer interrogated Uncle Qing about how he stole the contract from his master, Uncle Qing denied everything. The commoners who were watching the show were all shocked. After all, not everyone was so well informed. They only learned about this now. Oh my God, 100,000 Mu mulberry fields? Did I hear that right? Stealing the contract? How dare they do so? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540. Chapter 540. What does it mean to kill and punish the heart? Seeing Jiang Xiaobai charging at them with their own eyes, the three of them were terrified, their scalps tingling and every single hair on their bodies standing on end. Terror, the terror of death. Jin Wuhui was the first to react. He was not willing to die under Jiang Xiaobai's sword just like that. Starry swordsmanship. Suddenly, Jin Wuhui roared with courage, mobilizing all his spiritual power to confront Jiang Xiaobai head-on. But what no one expected was that when Jin Wuhui applied all he had learned throughout his life, he astonishingly failed to block Jiang Xiaobai's effortless stab. Thud! Jin Wuhui's attack had no effect on Jiang Xiaobai whatsoever. On the contrary, Jiang Xiaobai's sword effortlessly pierced through his energy center. He instantly felt like a deflated balloon with a somewhat shrinking feeling. At that instant, a flood of emotions welled up in his heart. Jin Wuhui understood. This was deep despair. And after despair, what followed was surprisingly anger. Because he saw Ouyang Haohai and Li Shi running away. At the moment when Jin Wuhui resisted, the two of them instantly made their choice. They chose to run for their lives. Jin Wuhui's heart filled with hatred. Damn it, damn it! Jin Wuhui was unbearably furious, spitting out blood and stumbling to the ground. Despite everything, his eyes were filled with resentment. Not only hatred and fear of Jiang Xiaobai, but even more so, towering anger at the cowardly behavior of those two bastards running for their lives. They are just spineless. After disabling Jin Wuhui, Jiang Xiaobai did not kill him, but simply glanced at the direction where the other two were fleeing. If you want to run, you might as well confront me head-on. Perhaps if you two join hands, you might have a chance of survival. Jiang Xiaobai lightly said, and immediately after, his figure instantly turned into a flash of sword light and disappeared from the spot. The two who were fleeing in front seemed to feel something and turned to look back simultaneously. Goodness, in an instant, both of them felt their scalps explode. What caught their eyes was a red long sword that was continuously enlarging. Thud! In an instant, the energy centers of the two fleeing men were easily pierced by Jiang Xiaobai. The two of them were dumbfounded. They didn't even have the chance to fight back. They didn't even dare to fight back. Was their cultivation going to be ruined just like that? Jiang Xiaobai, you bastard, you ruined my cultivation. I'm going to kill you. Li Shi immediately spat out blood as he roared in anger. But facing this impotent fury, Jiang Xiaobai's face did not show any ripples. His eyes were deep and calm. The two of them lost their spiritual power and had already become wastes. Other than lying on the ground like a dead dog, there was nothing else they could do. There was a hollow frustration in both of their eyes. They were unwilling. The realms and powers they had painstakingly cultivated were effortlessly ruined by Jiang Xiaobai. This felt even worse than being killed. Gentlemen, don't worry, this is just the beginning. Jiang Xiaobai threw the three of them together, a cold smile appearing on his face. However, the three of them were already completely numb. Their hearts wouldn't ripple anymore. They knew that they were thoroughly finished. And Jiang Xiaobai didn't pay any attention to them. With a wave of his hand, a flash of golden light passed by, and the three of them were taken into the pagoda. What Jiang Xiaobai wanted to do was far from over. The essence of killing the mind and heart is that what you do is more painful than killing them. After all this had been done, Zhang Xiaobai's heart was extremely calm. He didn't feel any pleasure. He knew that all of this was due to the scheming of the sects behind these people. Without the backing of the sects, these people amounted to nothing. And since they dare to do this, they should be prepared to bear the consequences. He coldly glanced around. None of the people from the major power alliances dared to step forward. They were shouting just a while ago about wanting to kill Zhang Xiaobai, but now they didn't even have time to run. If even the people from the Holy City were not Zhang Xiaobai's opponents, what gave them the confidence? Zhang Xiaobai did not pay attention to this. His level was no longer here, and it was a waste of his feelings to compete with these people. There was no need at all. Different levels, different dimensions, naturally have different feelings. In Zhang Xiaobai's eyes, all these people could be easily erased with a wave of his hand, but he didn't bother to do so. It would be a waste of time and unrewarding. Especially, Zhang Xiaobai took a special look at his reputation panel. Sure enough, his negative reputation had reached over 13,000. What shocked Zhang Xiaobai even more was that his regular reputation was also holding up, already about to break through the 9,000 mark. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobai found that the points generated by these two categories of reputation were not uniform. The gain from this was truly terrifying. It's a bit of a pity there weren't enough people, not enough for me to kill. Zhang Xiaobai sneered. However, the issue was resolved. He put away everything, then turned to look in the direction of the Holy City. All you better wash your necks and wait. Holy City, I'm coming for you soon. Zhang Xiaobai thought to himself, then immediately set off. The people from surrounding alliances had already scattered and fled far away. Who would dare to provoke Zhang Xiaobai? Now, they only hoped that Zhang Xiaobai would not chase them. And the events that happened here today have spread outwards at a terrifying speed. By the time Zhang Xiaobai arrived at the pawnshop of White Crane in Cliff City, almost all the people in the northern state knew about it. Such speed, everyone was shocked. Why was Zhang Xiaobai so strong? He was only at the late stage of dividing the gods. And the spread of the news also represented that Zhang Xiaobai had swept another wave of reputation. His gains were great, but Zhang Xiaobai did not feel any pleasure. When he met Ao Yin and others, he found that they were looking at him with fearful eyes. Ao Yin even rushed up to hold Zhang Xiaobai's hand. "What's wrong with you? Are you injured?" As she spoke, Ao Yan's eyes became red. "You don't know how worried I was about you. Why did you have to show off alone?" Hearing Ao Yan's worries, Zhang Xiaobai's heart finally calmed down a bit, and he also chuckled bitterly at the same time. He gently reached out and stroked Ao Yan's face. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Zhang Xiaobai laughed lightly, seeming to be relaxed. Perhaps only in front of Ao Yin and others could he feel much more relaxed. Next, he released Husing from the pagoda, and Husing, having taken some medicine, was more or less back to normal. The moment he came out, his eyes were red, and he clenched his teeth tightly, gripping his fists as he looked at Zhang Xiaobai. Fortunately, he didn't see any injuries on Zhang Xiaobai, and it was only then that he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, White Crane appeared on the side. He first looked at Zhang Xiaobai, seeming to feel something, his eyebrows furrowed. And when he saw Husing, his eyebrows were even more tightly furrowed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1241. Zheng Family. Uncle Qing was well prepared. He was telling the truth. He accurately hit the core point of gossips, and everyone was listening with interest. They subconsciously believed at least 80% of what was said. Madame Zheng, the first wife of the family, passed away when she was very young, and the young master had to stay at home for 3 years to pay the respect. That sounded so reasonable and pitiful. And Ms. Qin, who only knew how to cry, made the man lose his mind and abandoned his wife and son. She was so low class. Zhao Yi had his back straight, showing that he was honest. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact he was about to explode. He had no idea what the officer was waiting for at this moment. He had already hinted so clearly that the officer could get Zheng Qing to be taken away for torture and punishment. Why had he not done anything yet? And he was even praising himself inwardly for being smart. If this dragged on, they would not be able to get any result. Uncle Qing glanced at him. "Officer, I am still saying the same thing. Young master gave the contract to me and asked me to sell it. Young master said that if the mulberry garden is in his hands, he won't have any income of 1 liang, so he might as well sell it and see the money. He doesn't want to go back to Yangzhou, so he asked me to do it for him. Young master trusts me, so I did what he asked me to. Otherwise, I would not have been able to get 100,000 mu of mulberry garden if it was not given to me by the young master. I'm telling the truth. I swear that I will never lie to you in public." The officer frowned and snapped. "Ridiculous. You think I don't know the economy? 100,000 mu of mulberry field. Pick mulberry to raise silkworms, and silkworms to spin cocoons and spit silk. Silk is not cheap. Even after all costs are excluded, 100,000 mulberry garden should have a profit of 700,000 or 800,000 liang, but you said you obtained none?" Uncle Qing sneered. "You are right, officer, but there is one reason," Zhao Yi suddenly shouted. "Officer, this servant is trying to say that he is up to no good. Please, don't listen to his nonsense." Uncle Qing sneered. "You don't dare to let me tell? Young Master Zhao, are you feeling guilty?" Zhao Yi gritted his teeth. "You are so cunning. You're just making up stories. Why should I listen to your nonsense?" Uncle Qing said, "Whether it is nonsense or not, I am going to speak out loud. If you're not feeling guilty, you don't have to interrupt me. Officer, please allow me to explain." "Officer." The officer glanced at Zhao Yi and said to Uncle Qing, "Please proceed." Zhao Yi opened his mouth and closed it unwillingly. He did not know if it was an illusion, but when the officer glanced at him just now, he felt a chill down his spine. "Thank you, officer." Uncle Qing said angrily, "The silk produced in 100,000 mu of mulberry fields is worth more than 1 million liang, but young master doesn't get a single liang every year because all the silk has been taken away by the Zhao family for free." Everyone was in an uproar. Zhao Yi could not help but say, "Third brother is from a Zhao family, and you are part of the Zhao family's weaving workshop. What is wrong with your own silk supplying your own workshop? That is the Zheng family's mulberry garden. The Zhao family's properties belong to the Zhao family, but the Zheng family's mulberry garden is left to young master by our old master and Madame Zheng. Young master has a share in the Zhao family's properties, but the Zheng family's mulberry garden belongs to young master alone. Young master Zhao, you can't just have no idea about such a simple principle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1242, Old Story. Uncle Qing's men would never miss this opportunity. How can that be possible? I know the couple from the Zheng family, and the properties they leave to their lineal grandchildren should belong to the lineal grandchildren. How shameless of the Zhao family to take them all. True, that is not a small amount. More than 1 million liang a year. They are father and son, but that is not right. The Zhao family are too greedy. Look at young Master Zhao. He even tried to stop Manager Zheng from speaking. It is obvious that he has taken advantage of the situation. Poor young Master Zhao. He has lost his mother, and even the properties left to him by his maternal ancestor have been taken away. Sigh. But it is his own family who are taking advantage of him, and he can't say a thing. It was no wonder that he would rather sell it. If he sells it, they can at least get some money. It was no wonder that the Zhao family got so anxious when he sold them out. We can't take advantage of them anymore, can we? Huh. That is why the concubine's son is so annoying. He is riding on the lineal son's head. I heard that Miss Qin hooked up with old Master Zhao a long time ago. She used to be kept as a mistress outside the family. Madame Zheng is a virtuous woman, and she said that to the public for the sake of the Zhao family's reputation. Oh my God, what is going on? Tell me the details. Uncle Qing's words had already surprised the onlookers. In addition, he had bribed those who were scattered in the crowd to keep up the rhythm. The situation was getting out of control. Zhao Yi shouted anxiously. Zheng Qing, don't be a demon. You are lying. The mulberry garden belongs to the Zhao family. Mother is the daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, and the mulberry garden belongs to the Zhao family. Uncle Qing sneered. Second young master Zhao is just a concubine's son, and the Zhao family doesn't have a concubine son in charge. What are you so excited about, second young master Zhao? The contract for Ms. Zheng's mulberry garden has always been in our madam's hands, and after she passed away, it fell into young master's hands. It clearly says that it belongs to the Zheng family. How can it become the Zhao family's? I didn't know that Madame Zheng's private properties were shared among her husband's family. If you don't know anything, please don't say anything more, in case you become a laughing stock. Silence. The officer frowned. The properties belong to the owner, and the contract is the best proof. But young Master Zhao is from the Zhao family, and he has senior members in the family. He should not have sold the properties privately. He should have talked with the senior members. Old Master Zhao should have taught him a thing or two. Uncle Qing bowed. You are right, officer. Zhao Yi. That was it? What did officer mean? He sounded as if he were admitting that Zhao Shu had sold the contract to Madame Xiao. That was not going to work. Also, as a member of the Zhao family, he sold something so important to the Zhao family behind his father's back. His father should teach him a lesson and ask him to get the mulberry garden back, so he could teach him how to do that. That was too easy for him. Officer, my third brother would never have done something like this behind father's back. This evil servant must have stolen the land contract and colluded with outsiders to take it for himself. He is lying. Please tell me the truth. Torture him. They were going to beat him on the board, clip his fingers, and put on shackles. He was going to change the way he talked right now. There is no need to be polite when dealing with such a tricky slave. Chapter 1243. Certain, Zhao Yi harbored a secret wish, that he could command the guards to forcibly remove Uncle Qing from the scene. Uncle Qing responded with a disdainful sneer. Second young master Zhao, I solemnly swear that I never betrayed my master. It was our young master who issued those orders. What's your intention in falsely accusing me? Zhao Yi retorted. With third brother absent, you have the opportunity to defend yourself. If you manage to extricate yourself from this predicament, you could take the money and disappear. Where else would I find you? I dare to swear. And what about you, second young master Zhao? Perhaps we should use the same words with our young master. You make these accusations when he's conveniently absent. Utter nonsense. That's nothing but slander. Enough. The officer intervened sternly, rapping the wooden surface in irritation. This is a serious matter involving millions of liang. Mere words won't suffice. Second young master Zhao, do you possess any evidence? Zhao Yi hadn't anticipated the prefect's inquiry. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger, and replied, Officer, my third brother is not capable of such treachery. It must be this servant. Uncle Qing vehemently protested. Officer, no, it wasn't me. Young Master Zhao, are you absolutely certain? Without a doubt. Uncle Qing sneered once more. And what if that's untrue? Second young master, Zhao, might be unjustly accusing us. Fuming and humiliated, Zhao Yi reluctantly agreed with himself that he had to make a difficult decision. Officer, please apprehend Madame Xiao and interrogate her. Zhao Yi muttered to himself about the officer's apparent lack of astuteness, questioning why they were focusing solely on one individual. Hadn't the Xiao family played a part as well? Furthermore, they should be subjected to rigorous interrogation. After some contemplation, the officer concurred with Zhao Yi's suggestion and instructed someone to summon the Xiao family. Sun Qian was among those brought forward. Zhao Yi couldn't conceal his relief. The officer had successfully brought the Xiao family to the scene, and although Madame Xiao was absent, her presence was effectively represented. It appeared that the officer still harbored some bias in favor of her, presumably due to the Zhao family's influence in Yangzhou. Sun Qian vehemently refuted Zhao Yi's claims, much like Uncle Qing, insisting that it was Zhao Shu who had brokered the contract sale. Zhao Yi somehow had the confidence to deny what they said. He did not believe a word they said. Even though he had no evidence, he still believed that it was Uncle Qing who had colluded with the Xiao family to get rid of the contract. He was so shameless that Ms. Zheng's mulberry garden became the Zhao family's. Uncle Qing almost laughed out of anger. Sun Qian did not have the patience to talk nonsense with Zhao Yi. He asked Uncle Qing to get young Master Zhao here, so that young Master Zhao would be present. But Uncle Qing was in a dilemma. He expressed that his young master really wanted him to make the decision. He was out of town, and he might not be back anytime soon. Zhao Yi cheered inwardly. That was even more true. He even suspected that he had hit the right spot of what he did. Maybe it was Uncle Qing who did it. Zhao Yi, who had gained a lot of confidence, started to speak more straightforwardly. He was driven away by Uncle Qing and Sun Qian, who said that if he made a mistake, he was willing to kowtow to them and apologize to them in public. Sun Qian said immediately, "I want kowtow. If you are mistaken, give me 100,000 liang, do you dare?" Under such a circumstance, Zhao Yi really wanted to say so. He agreed without hesitation. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Please, officer, use the punishment. Torture this old servant." Chapter 1244. Insatiable. They would divulge the information under duress. As long as they could extract a confession through torture, they would have no further reason to withhold information. However, both he and the officer failed to comprehend his intentions. The officer remained baffled by his statement. Recognizing that time was running short, they took the plaintiff and defendant into custody for interrogation the following day. Uncle Qing and Sun Qian remained indifferent to the situation. Xiao Yinduan had already instructed them to spend the night at the government office. Zhao Yi was taken aback. He couldn't help but inquire, "Officer, does this mean?" Was the officer planning to imprison him as well? The officer paid no attention to his question and rose from his seat, commanding, "Leave the hall." Zhao Yi stood there, lost for words. Zhao Mu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing of Zhao Yi's detention, as the magistrate had not made a public announcement. This suggested that there might still be an opportunity to reverse the situation. Perhaps the magistrate was hinting at something. Zhao Mu couldn't help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction when he thought about the lavish gifts he had distributed earlier. He decided to pay another visit to the prefect. This time, the officer received him, yet remained composed and enigmatic. They engaged in a session of Tai Chi, appearing gentle and smiling, but offering no concrete assurances. Zhao Mu grew increasingly frustrated. He cursed the officer for his insatiable greed. He couldn't shake the belief that the officer had no real interest in the gifts. With gritted teeth, Zhao Mu took a decisive step back. He subtly conveyed to the officer that once he secured the 100,000 mu of mulberry fields, he would readily allocate 30,000 mu of it to the officer. No favors would be required. Annually, he would directly transfer the 30,000 mu of mulberry fields to the officer. Zhao Mu was sparing no effort to appropriate his son's assets. He was essentially cutting into his own flesh and bleeding. Though the officer maintained a poker face, he too felt the sting in his heart. Being an official in Jiangnan, he needed to secure some profits. However, he was acutely aware that he couldn't accept any monetary gains or engage in illicit activities. Greed had its limits. He had principles. Zhao Mu's offer was like a Trojan horse, swift, precise, and ruthless. It was powerful and alluring. If not for Xiao Yinduan, he might have succumbed to the temptation. They wouldn't have to manage the 30,000 mu of mulberry fields personally. All they needed to do was collect the dividends every year, which amounted to more than 200,000 liang. It was an immense sum of money, but compared to her future and her life, money was the least of her concerns. The officer feigned ignorance of Zhao Mu's proposal. Fearing he might yield to the temptation, he dismissed him with a few curt words. Zhao Mu was left bewildered. Did the officer not grasp the offer, or was he dissatisfied? If he was dissatisfied, that would be unreasonable. What more could he want with such a generous portion? Returning to the mansion, they suddenly realized they had forgotten about their son. She had initially planned to remove her son from the mansion, but she refrained from mentioning it after the officer's Taiji fist struck her. It didn't seem quite appropriate to pay them another visit, so Zhao Mu furrowed his brows and abandoned the idea. However, Ms. Qin's maternal concern for her son weighed heavily on her heart. She wept openly before him, fearing that her son would endure hardship while in government custody. Her son had never faced adversity in his upbringing and was ill-equipped to handle it. This officer's behavior was quite disheartening. He regularly benefited from their family, yet he appeared remarkably callous now. Chapter 1245, Biased. All the benefits they had promised ended up going to waste. Zhao Mu had held high hopes for his second son, but upon hearing Ms. Qin's distressing cry, he couldn't help but become concerned. Both Zhao Mu and Ms. Qin had the same notion. If one of them had to stay overnight at the government office, it would be the eldest son who took on that duty, while the second son could attend court the following day. Zhao Mu couldn't help but direct some blame towards Ms. Qin. He hadn't been present at the mansion the day before, so he wasn't aware of the situation. Why had Ms. Qin allowed her son to undertake the task? She could have easily assigned it to her eldest son. Ms. Qin, too, felt irritated by the turn of events. They had both forgotten that they had initially believed the problem wouldn't be easily resolved. They hadn't anticipated that it would escalate to this point. Furthermore, as soon as Zhao Yu received the news, he rushed to the government office, determined to make some contributions. Zhao Zhai couldn't contain his anger when he heard the story. Why was he the only one to foresee such trouble? He never expected to be mistreated in this manner. Despite all being sons of concubines, they were known nobler than one another. However, no matter how vehemently Zhao Zhai protested, it had no effect on his parents. Zhao Mu was in charge, and his word was final. Beyond receiving a scolding, Zhao Zhai's resistance couldn't alter the situation. It was clear to him that his father had little regard for his unfortunate status as a lineal son. Loyalty seemed to be a one-way street. Being the lineal son, he had his mother to strategize for him, and his grandparents had left him with a substantial inheritance of properties and faithful servants. In contrast, he had nothing. They couldn't even manage a small fraction of the family's assets. With no other options, Zhao Zhai found himself at the governmental office, accompanied by the housekeeper, replacing Zhao Yi. For the governmental office, as long as both the plaintiff and the defendant were present, it didn't matter which of them was in custody. If the Zhao family intended to change the plaintiff, they would have to save face for the Zhao family. Zhao Zhai couldn't hide his relief upon seeing Zhao Yi at the office. He exchanged a few polite words and promptly left with the housekeeper. His frustration toward his brother was so intense that he felt like tearing him apart. What kind of brother was this? In front of their parents, he had pretended to support Zhao Zhai, encouraging him to seize the benefits, only to burden him in the end. Deceptive. Cowardly. How irresponsible. Zhao Zhai wondered if his parents were blind to have been deceived by his brother and continued to defend him, despite his cruelty towards him. One day, he vowed to strip away his brother's pretentious facade and trample him underfoot. Word soon reached Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian about the Zhao family changing the plaintiff. Xiao Xian smiled and remarked, "It appears that the departure of young Master Zhao has fractured the family's unity. It seems they won't be true brothers anymore." Xiao Yunduan agreed, saying, "That's excellent. Let's fan the flames a bit and enjoy the spectacle." The two of them exchanged knowing smiles. The following day, the case resumed. This time, Zhao Yu was nowhere to be seen. He had asked Zhao Zhai to take his place as the plaintiff. Their father had informed Zhao Zhai about this change the previous day. Zhao Zhai grew even more annoyed and silently cursed Zhao Yi. Brother Grumpy, indeed, lived up to his nickname. He was different from Zhao Yi, who was composed and knew when to speak and when to remain silent. Brother Grumpy lacked the same level of patience. Hearing Uncle Qing and son Qian's denials and the interrogation, he could not stand that anymore. Chapter 1246, Insolent. Brother Grumpy glared at the couple with disdain. "Officer, you can deal with these unruly individuals, administer appropriate punishments, and interrogate them. There's no need for us to engage in conversation with them. Before he could finish his sentence, Uncle Qing's men erupted in protest. What? Young Master Zhao suggesting confessions through torture? How dare the Zhao family make such an outrageous statement in public? No wonder young Master Zhao had to leave his home. Who would want to return to such a hostile environment? His life is in danger in that mansion. I couldn't agree more. Zhao Zhai felt his anxiety rising and lashed out at the others. Silence. The officer snapped back. How dare you raise your voice in court? Zhao Zhai, your arrogance knows no bounds. The officer inwardly cursed his luck. This man was nowhere near as respectable as second young Master Zhao, and he constantly complained that his parents favored his sibling. Any family would favor a son like second young Master Zhao. If it weren't for the Zhao family's influence, the officer would have wasted no time in dragging Zhao Zhai down and disciplining him. Yet, Zhao Zhai found himself growing increasingly infuriated as he considered that Zhao Yi, not he, should have been the true culprit. Irritated Brother had earned his nickname for a reason. Under Uncle Qing's intimidation and Zhao Zhai's ill-chosen words, they tarnished not only their own reputations, but also that of Ms. Qing. Zhao Zhai wasn't foolish. He soon realized he had been manipulated by Uncle Qing and couldn't help but hurl insults at him, accusing him of being deceitful and underhanded. This outburst, filled with rage and obscenities, only worsened matters for him and the Zhao family. All eyes turned downward, their gaze fixed on him. Was this the demeanor of old Master Zhao's eldest son? Young Master Zhao seemed to be in a pitiable state. Just then, Zhao Shu made his entrance. Zhao Zhao was left dumbfounded and sharply asked, "What brings you here?" Despite the recent family dispute involving his parents and brother, when facing Zhao Shu, Zhao Zhai felt like the outsider. Initially, the entire family had assumed that Zhao Shu would not return home, so when they saw him, it was a genuine shock. In response to Zhao Shu's words, the onlookers' expressions underwent a noticeable change. Do you welcome her return or not? Of course not. Young Master Zhao, you can't let them spread unfounded rumors upon your return. Absolutely. Laughter erupted among those present. Zhao Zhai's expression darkened. He resented Zhao Shu for appearing unexpectedly and causing him to utter the wrong words. Internally, Zhao Shu couldn't help but sneer. He shot a glance at Zhao Zhai, then knelt down in front of the officer, explaining that he had rushed back because he was concerned about Uncle Qing. Upon hearing about the situation, he had promptly headed to the governmental office. With the culprit now present, the case was poised to be resolved much more easily. The officer quickly grasped the full picture of the situation. When it came to the impact of Zhao Shu's presence, Uncle Qing and the Zhao family couldn't hope to measure up. Zhao Zhai, utterly shocked and disoriented by his brother's sudden appearance, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? No one authorized you to sell it." Amusement danced in Zhao Shu's eyes as he calmly replied, "The mulberry garden belongs to my grandparents, and they passed it on to my mother, who, in turn, handed it down to me. All the land contracts are in my possession, and I have every right to sell it whenever I wish. Is there a problem with that?" Chapter 1247. Arrogant Son. Zhao Zhai seethed with anger, his voice dripping with frustration as he confronted his cousin. "But you're also part of the Zhao family, the young master no less. Selling the mulberry garden. How can we produce silk for ourselves?" Zhao Shu retorted with a hint of indifference. "You can always buy it." His suggestion was met with a derisive scoff from Zhao Zhai. "You of all people." Zhao Zhai's annoyance remained unabated as he accused, "You did this deliberately." Zhao Shu calmly explained, "Those lands were passed down from our grandparents, and I have every right to manage them as I see fit. I need the money, so selling them is my prerogative. If you wish to purchase them, I can intercede with Madame Xiao on your behalf. Perhaps she might consider selling you half. Are you interested?" Zhao Zhai was left in contemplative silence. Where would he acquire the funds? Finally, he sneered, "Just you wait. Father will never forgive you." Uncle Qing had managed to gather a group of onlookers, and they began to disperse. I can't tolerate this any longer. The audacity of that concubine's son. Look at how he treats the legitimate heir, young Master Zhao. They say old Master Zhao is playing favorites. That's preposterous. He has every right to sell what he pleases, doesn't he? Why should he use it to support this unrelated concubine's son? If the concubine's son treated him as a brother, it would be different, but the way he behaves, it seems that neither the brother nor the concubine are decent people. Exactly. If I were young Master Zhao, I wouldn't stand for such humiliation. We're meant to be a family, but old Master Zhao and the concubine's son hardly deserve to be called that. This is an affront to our dignity. Zhao Zhai seethed with anger and hatred, wanting to retaliate vocally, but he feared the stern reprimands of the officials in the courtroom. So, all he could do was shoot Zhao Shu a fierce glare, silently conveying, "Your actions won't go unanswered." He had overlooked the fact that he would become the center of attention. Witnessing this, discontent among the onlookers grew. The officer concealed his inner disdain and taunted her for her perceived foolishness and ineptitude. "Is there anything else you'd like to add to this case?" It was time to bring the matter to a close. Zhao Zhai snorted and directed a pointed glare at Zhao Shu, silently vowing to bide his time and seek justice. He yearned for the day he could present his case and expose Zhao Shu's actions to the family. Although deeply discontented, Zhao Shu, being Zhao Mu's son, couldn't utter a disparaging word about his father or the Zhao family. As a servant, Uncle Qing remained silent. Sun Qian raised her voice, addressing the officer. "Officer, my master has been unjustly accused. I implore you to uphold justice. Must the wealthy and powerful manipulate intermediates like pawns, framing innocent individuals without evidence? Is this what the governmental office stands for? Disregarding the laws of the Qin dynasty and making baseless accusations will erode morality over time, leading to a decay in society's values. Such actions fail to deter wrongdoers or educate the populace. Please render a fair verdict, officer." Zhao Zhai's eyes widened, struggling to comprehend her eloquence. He longed to refute her, but lacked the education to do so, sensing that her words were far from complimentary. After careful consideration, the officer turned to Zhao Zhai and declared, "Sun Qian is correct. Those who abuse their influence must face consequences. You shall pay Madame Xiao 10,000 liang as compensation and make a public apology in court. This case is now closed." Chapter 1248. Heartbroken. Zhao Zhai comprehended his meaning and panic gripped him. "Officer, what else do you wish to convey?" Zhao Zhai's heart raced, his fear intensifying. He opened his mouth but choked down his objection. He knew what needed to be done, but he hesitated in the officer's disfavor. Zhao Mu and Zhao Yi were unaware of the situation, resulting in the absence of both father and son. Zhao Zhai was left to bear the burden alone. He reluctantly agreed to pay 10,000 liang as compensation and offer a public apology in court. The 10,000 liang would undoubtedly be covered by the intermediaries. It wasn't his concern. However, when he had to bow before Sun Qian and apologize in the courtroom, Zhao Zhai forced himself to do it, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. He secretly cursed Zhao Yi. Thus, the misunderstanding was resolved, and the Zhao family gained notoriety in Yangzhou. Sun Qian returned to the hostel. Zhao Zhai vented his anger and humiliation on Zhao Shu and Zhao Yi. Zhao Shu was right there, and he wasn't going to let him off. As they exited the government office, Zhao Zhai couldn't hold back any longer and stopped Zhao Shu, sneering. "Now that you're back, why don't you return to the mansion? Come with me." They weren't in court, so there was no need to consider Zhao Mu and the Zhao family's face. As for Zhao Zhai, Zhao Shu couldn't care less about him. He sneered as if he had heard something unbelievable. "I told you I'm not returning to the mansion. That's my home, where I was born and raised. If I'm not going back, where else would I go?" Zhao Zhai felt a pang of heartache. He hadn't returned to the Zhao family until he was 12 years old, born to a concubine. He simply couldn't find the words. Before he realized what was happening, Zhao Shu and Uncle Qing had already departed in the wagon. Zhao Zhai seethed with anger as he spat in the direction they had departed. He stormed over to the Zhao family's wagon and curtly ordered the coachman to hasten their journey. He needed to return home as quickly as possible. Once they were back at the Zhao family estate, Zhao Shu wouldn't have any leverage over them. They would all be on the same side. In truth, Zhao Mu, Zhao Yi, and Ms. Qin were already aware of Zhao Shu's court appearance. But now that Zhao Shu had openly declared his intentions, Zhao Mu's presence at the court would be futile. The entire Zhao family would suffer public humiliation. There was no point in pursuing it further. The entire household awaited Zhao Shu's return. Ms. Qin seethed with anger, inwardly cursing why this troublemaker had chosen this moment to come back and disrupt her plans. She still held strong confidence in her scheme, believing that as long as Zhao Shu didn't return, she would secure 100,000 mu of mulberry fields. However, Zhao Mu was deeply irritated by recent events. They had given away precious possessions to play with antiques and money, subjected themselves to humiliation in court, and made a mockery of their reputation. All for nothing. Zhao Shu returned to the Zhao family accompanied by Uncle Qing and 8 formidable servants. The moment he stepped into the mansion, the housekeeper ushered him into the main hall, saying, "Old Master and Madame Qin are waiting for you." Zhao Shu shot the housekeeper a cold, disdainful look. "Madame Qin? Is my father married to his second wife?" The housekeeper stammered, No. Then where is this Madame Qin about?" Zhao Shu sneered and brushed past him. Inside the main hall, Zhao Mu and Ms. Qin occupied seats on the left and right flanks of the main chair, with Zhao Yi seated on the left side of the main chair. The maids and elderly women stood nearby, holding their breath, their expressions taut with tension. Chapter 1249. Not Your Seat. At a single glance, the servants' faces appeared entirely unfamiliar. "Ungrateful son, how dare you return?" The instant Zhao Mu laid eyes on Zhao Shu, his pent-up anger of days surged forth, causing him to slam the table and shout. Ms. Qin sighed deeply and spoke with emotion. "Third young master, apologize to the old master. How can you wound the old master's heart and undermine the Zhao family's foundation? He is your father. He couldn't care less about me. He wishes me dead. Old master, please refrain from saying such things. Young master is still in his youth and prone to mistakes. If you guide him properly, he can surely change. Perhaps the people around him have influenced him negatively, but it's not entirely young master's fault. He's beyond redemption, utterly useless. Old master, please calm down. Don't let your anger jeopardize your health. Third young master, say something kind to placate the old master." Ungrateful son. Zhao Shu remained silent. Standing there, Zhao Shu watched the scene with an odd smile on his face. Strangely, he felt no anger, disappointment, or resentment. Instead, he found it all rather absurd. He chuckled. Ms. Qin stiffened, and Zhao Yi furrowed his brow as he quietly observed Zhao Shu. He said nothing, but Zhao Mu erupted. "Ungrateful son, how dare you laugh? Are you trying to infuriate me? You must be jesting. People don't just drop dead so easily. What did you say? Our household lacks rules and ethics. Outsiders would mock us, but you seem unfazed. You must be in good health, so there's no need to worry about losing your temper." Zhao Mu panted, his gaze fixed on Zhao Shu, utterly perplexed by what he was hearing. Ms. Qin shared his exasperation. Had all her efforts been in vain? "Third young master, stop this nonsense. Old master is discussing something important with you." Zhao Mu snapped back to reality, realizing he was nearly led astray by this troublemaker. "Ungrateful son, we can address this later. Dad, why the rush? Let's adhere to our traditions." With a sneer, Zhao Shu pushed Ms. Qin aside. "That is not your seat." Caught off guard, Ms. Qin let out a cry and staggered backward. Were it not for the help of a maid, she might have stumbled. Furious, Zhao Yi hurried to Ms. Qin's side to lend his support, his gaze filled with anger as he glared at Zhao Shu. "What are you implying, third brother?" Zhao Shu sneered. "How can a concubine assume the position of the family's mistress? What is the meaning of this? Do we have no rules in this family? Zhao Yi found himself at a loss for words. Ms. Qin stiffened as well, her face paling as she cast a pitiful look at Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu felt deeply embarrassed. Ever since Ms. Zheng's passing, he had observed that Ms. Qin's stewardship was efficient. He had been living a comfortable life, and Ms. Qin had been ingratiating herself with him. As a result, he had never considered taking a concubine. He had no clue when Ms. Qin had assumed the role of the family's mistress and taken on responsibilities only meant for her. To him, it had seemed like a minor detail, unworthy of concern. Chapter 1250. Not on the surface? Ms. Qin sobbed, tears welling up in her eyes. Third young master. Zhao Shu's voice dripped with condescension as he dismissed her. You are but a concubine, with no right to interrupt when I converse with my father. How fascinating. Ms. Qin's complexion grew even paler, and dizziness washed over her. Zhao Yi could no longer tolerate the situation and spoke up firmly. Zhao Shu, do not push us beyond our limits. Zhao Shu's expression twisted with disdain as he retorted, I am not bullying a concubine. I am merely imparting a lesson in decorum. And as for you, have you never been taught proper manners? Who granted you the privilege to address me by my name and raise your voice? You. Ms. Qin had grown arrogant over the years, considering herself the mistress of the household. Now, the humiliation she suffered from Zhao Shu, with the servants referring to her as a concubine, was too much to bear. She felt her face burn with embarrassment, almost biting her lip in frustration. Uncontrollable sobs escaped her. This had been her go-to response whenever she faced bullying throughout the years, crying weakly before the old master, who would invariably sympathize with her. It had become an unconscious habit. However, she had overlooked one crucial detail. It wasn't just between her and the old master anymore. Zhao Shu no longer regarded her with disdain. Instead, he looked down on her. Indeed, a concubine remains a concubine, unable even to maintain composure without breaking into tears on such a trifling stage. Ms. Qin's voice caught in her throat, unable to respond. You despicable! Zhao Ye's face turned pallid, and he trembled. He clenched his teeth, choosing silence, as if he hadn't heard a word. He harbored the belief that his father would never let this go unpunished. Zhao Mu, too, felt humiliated but had to begrudgingly admit that Zhao Shu's words held some truth. A concubine remained a concubine, skilled in servitude, flattery, and bringing joy, yet certain distinctions remained unattainable on her part. Enough! Zhao Mu interrupted sharply. Cease discussing trivial matters. What is the status of the 100,000 mulberry fields? Zhao Shu appeared taken aback. Is that all you see in it, father? Consider this. Have you noticed any reputable young women from respectable families associating with us in recent years? Zhao Mu was caught off guard. Ms. Qin's expression shifted, her annoyance bubbling over as she couldn't hold back any longer. Young master, must you subject us to such humiliation? Zhao Shu responded sternly, you aren't deserving of it. Father, inquire around, and you'll find that, aside from those who ingratiate themselves with you, all of whom hail from inferior backgrounds, no proper young lady of a respectable family would entertain the notion of courting a concubine. Their audacity knows no bounds. Ms. Qin felt like her heart had been pierced, a searing wound of humiliation. Zhao Ye's hands trembled with anxiety. Zhao Mu furrowed his brow, comprehending the situation. He had been neglectful. He needed to consider taking a proper wife. Without a rightful matriarch, the family lacked propriety. A sense of embarrassment crept over him. He, the wealthiest man in Yangzhou, didn't even possess a legitimate wife. It was an absurdity. These thoughts led him to inwardly blame Ms. Qin. If it weren't for her small gains, he might have given this more thought. It was his oversight. Observing his expression, Ms. Qin's heart chilled with apprehension and anger. She knew full well that the old master wouldn't promote her to the position of legitimate wife. The Zhao family in Yangzhou held a distinguished reputation, and making a concubine the mistress was unthinkable. Chapter 12:51. Himself, but awareness was one thing, and whether they could emotionally accept it was another matter. She felt so unconvinced and wronged, especially after enjoying the power and authority as the mistress of the family for years. She couldn't simply relinquish it like this. Miss Chen's heart was in turmoil. A sharp glint flashed across her downcast eyes, and she shivered with a cold feeling deep within her. She couldn't even bring herself to remember the 100,000 mulberry fields at this moment. If another woman from the family were to enter the mansion and give birth to a legitimate son, what would become of her and her son? How much would they receive? Not even the 100,000 mulberry fields would remain in their possession. Having firmly made up his mind, Zhao Mu addressed Zhao Shu coldly. Let's not digress. I'm asking about the mulberry fields. Provide a clear explanation. Ms. Chen and Zhao Yi exchanged a fearful glance, their hearts sinking further as they felt an increasing sense of threat. Zhao Shu's impoliteness towards Ms. Chen didn't elicit any reprimand from Zhao Mu. He simply passed along the message. It became evident that Ms. Chen held no significance to him. If this was how Zhao Mu treated Ms. Chen, what chance did Zhao Yi and Zhao Zhai stand? It was apparent that Zhao Mu's primary concern was his own interests. With a smile on his face, Zhao Shu was about to respond when the housekeeper hurriedly entered and bowed. Old master, Madame Xiao is here looking for you. Zhao Mu was sneered. They dare to come? Let them in. It was Sun Qian. Coincidentally, Zhao Zhai returned and entered the room alongside Sun Qian. As he started to berate her, Sun Qian shot him a cold glare, rendering him silent out of fear. When Zhao Zhai realized that Sun Qian was still maintaining his arrogance within his home, his annoyance grew even more pronounced, and he began to utter curses once again. Sun Qian, however, showed no regard for formalities. With a nonchalant flick of his foot, a small stone struck Zhao Zhai's ankle. In response, Zhao Zhai let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground in agony, clutching his leg. Sun Qian smirked silently and sauntered past him. Upon encountering Zhao Mu, Sun Qian swiftly conveyed his intention. He was here for money. The official had granted compensation of 10,000 liang and issued an official apology in court. Zhao Zhai had already offered apologies on behalf of the Zhao family, and he had come now to collect the money. Upon hearing Zhao Zhai apologizing on behalf of the Zhao family, Zhao Mu's anger surged even further. He shot a disdainful glare at Ms. Chen, seemingly blaming her for her son's actions. Ms. Chen bit her lip, silently pleading not to be held solely responsible. After all, she wasn't the only one who had raised him. Before Sun Qian could finish his demand, Zhao Yi interjected with a reminder that in court the previous day, he had pledged to compensate with 100,000 liang if he were caught lying. Therefore, the Zhao family should now provide 110,000 liang. This declaration further fueled Zhao Mu's fury, and he cast a cold, questioning look at Zhao Yi, who found himself unable to explain. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events. However, the real question was, what was the official's motive? If he intended to penalize Zhao Shu, he could have quickly retrieved the contract, even with Zhao Shu's return. But there was an inexplicable twist to the situation that left Zhao Yi baffled. Reluctantly, Zhao Yi couldn't deny the truth presented in court, especially with Sun Qian's behavior as evidence. Thus, he averted his father's gaze. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Mu pressed on, Mr. Sun, about the matter of the mulberry fields, give me the money first. I'm here for the money. As for the 100,000 mulberry fields, old Master Zhao, you are the wealthiest man in Yangzhou. Surely you can provide 110,000 liang, can't you? Chapter 12:52. Unthinkable. Zhao Mu sneered, dismissing the sum of 110,000 liang as inconsequential. A mere 110,000 liang? The Zhao family possesses far more than that. Butler, withdraw 110,000 liang from the account. Yes, old master. Mr. Sun, what are Madame Xiao's intentions regarding the 100,000 mulberry fields? Zhao Shu inquired, feigning innocence. Since the mulberry garden belongs to old master and his wife, what are your thoughts on it, young Master Zhao? Zhao Shu nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've already sold off the mulberry garden. This revelation sparked another surge of anger within Zhao Mu. He couldn't help but seethe with frustration at his disobedient son. It was an immutable fact, one that gnawed at him relentlessly. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Mu continued, Madame Xiao, are you planning to sell the silk, or? His heart ached once more at the thought. The silk produced from the 100,000 mu mulberry field should have rightfully belonged to him, sparing him the need for any liang. Yet now, it had all slipped through his grasp. Unfilial son, Sun Qian clarified, we are indeed selling the silk. My madam has made it clear that only those who excel will have the privilege to purchase it. If you wish to acquire some, old Master Zhao, you may discuss it directly with the manager. My madam isn't personally involved in these matters. The manager in question was not under Qiao Xian's authority, but was instead managed by Zhao Shu and Uncle Qing. Sun Qian was merely a pawn, playing her role according to Zhao Shu's scheme. Upon hearing Sun Qian's words, the Zhao family's hearts skipped a beat. Madame Xiao was not personally overseeing such a substantial enterprise. This revelation hinted at the Xiao family's considerable influence. He couldn't even bring himself to contemplate it. This only deepened the apprehension Zhao Mu and the Zhao family felt towards Qiao Xian. They couldn't afford to underestimate Zhao Shu either. Zhao Mu found Sun Qian's tepid response to be deeply dissatisfying. The silk issue gnawed at him, stoking his irritation. However, Sun Qian remained indifferent to Zhao Mu's feelings. Once the money was in his possession, he took his leave. Before departing, Sun Qian patted Zhao Shu on the shoulder and mustered a forced smile. Old Master suggests that young Master Zhao pays him a visit when you have the time. We could have a chat. The expressions on Zhao Mu and Zhao Ye's faces shifted slightly. Meanwhile, Ms. Qin ground her teeth in silent frustration, cursing inwardly. This woman had clearly aligned herself with an influential family, explaining her audacity. Zhao Shu graciously nodded, maintaining his smile. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, old Master Xiao. He'll be sure to pay you a visit in the near future. Sun Qian acknowledged the response with a nod before making his exit. With Sun Qian's departure, the pretentious atmosphere surrounding Zhao Mu dissipated. He turned to glare at Zhao Shu, still finding him irksome, though he couldn't vent his anger. Moreover, what would be the point of eliminating him? The 100,000 mu of mulberry fields would never be returned. Zhao Mu had initially harbored thoughts of wresting back control of the mulberry field from Madame Xiao before Sun Qian's arrival. However, following the encounter, he dared not even entertain such notions. He couldn't afford to provoke the homeowner, given the formidable obstinacy of their servant. Zhao Mu understood all too well that he could ill afford to offend Madame Xiao and her husband. The knowledge that he was Yangzhou's wealthiest individual and the loss of respect from the local authorities was evidence enough of this shift. In the end, the Zhao family found themselves at a loss regarding the mulberry fields, a laughingstock without any recourse. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.